I never believed in paranormal stories online until the same words I heard inside a park slide as a teenager came through a baby monitor in another city years later. When I say that out loud, it sounds fake. It sounds like one of those made-up creepypastas that show up in your recommendations at 2 a.m. But I promise you, every part of what I'm about to tell you happened to me. And if I'm lying to anyone, I'm lying to myself first. I grew up in a quiet suburb. You know the kind. Cul-de-sac sprinklers, hissing at sunset dads mowing lawns in the same stained sneakers every Sunday. At the end of my street, there was a tiny neighborhood park with a rusted metal playground and one of those old tube slides that looked like it had been bolted there in the 90s and forgotten. One summer night when I was 14, I heard a child's voice calling to me from inside that slide. No kid at the bottom, no footprints in the sand, no parents anywhere, just a voice in the dark, saying things it shouldn't have known. I did what every rational person online says they would do. I grew up, moved away, got a job, laughed it off in my head as a mix of nerves, bad lighting, and teenage imagination. And then years later, in a different city, sitting in a different kitchen with a cheap baby monitor buzzing on the table next to me, that same voice came through the speaker. Same small tone, same wrong calmness, and the exact same words I heard inside that slide when I was a kid. So if you're the kind of person who thinks all true horror stories are fake, that's fine. I used to think that too. Just listen to this one, and then decide what you want to believe the next time you walk past an empty playground after dark. 1.1. Why I'm writing this. Now I am writing this on a Tuesday night in a city that never really goes quiet. My apartment is small, 3rd floor, 1 bedroom, the kind of place you rent because it is close enough to downtown, and you can almost afford it if you ignore how much the utilities keep creeping up. The fridge behind me has that constant low buzz, like it is thinking too hard. The AC in the window breathes in and out, rattling every few minutes when the compressor kicks on. Somewhere down on the main road, a siren wails rises, then dissolves into the rest of the city noise. My TV is on, but the sound is muted. A crime show flickers on the screen, all blue light, and people pretending to be scared of things that will be neatly solved by the next commercial break. In front of me, on the coffee table, my laptop screen glows with an empty email draft. The to line is filled in with the address of a horror channel on YouTube. I have typed the subject line 3 times and deleted it 3 times. Right now, it just says story submission. That feels wrong, like what I am about to do is entertainment. I do not know if I want this to entertain anyone. I think I just want someone else to know that this happened, so that if I start doubting myself later, there will be a record somewhere outside my own head. I should say this up front. I don't like paranormal stories online. I scroll past most of them. I roll my eyes at thumbnails with red circles and arrows and words like demon caught on camera. I work a regular job. I have coworkers' group chats and ex who still occasionally texts when she is bored or lonely. I pay rent, buy groceries, complain about the subway like everyone else. I am not the kind of person who goes looking for ghosts. The problem is, there is one thing from my childhood that never left. Or maybe I never left it. I spent years convincing myself it was a prank, or a bad angle, or a sound I misheard. But it has followed me from a small New Jersey suburb to this cramped apartment, through college and jobs and breakups, riding quietly on the back of certain sounds. I have learned that my body reacts before my brain does. Even now in my 30s, a few very specific things can make my heart stumble in my chest in a way I can't explain. 3 soft knocks on a wall where no one should be knocking. Children's voices echoing off metal in a playground when I can't see anyone there. That hollow ringing note when you kick a slide or a pole and the metal hums for a second. I hate that sound more than I hate anything. I keep glancing at the corner of my laptop screen where the little digital clock quietly counts up the minutes. 11:42 p.m. Now, I should be getting ready for bed. Tomorrow, I have a morning meeting where my boss will pretend not to notice I am tired, and I will pretend the spreadsheets in front of me matter more than the fact that I have not slept properly in a very long time. Instead, I am sitting here talking to strangers in my head, trying to start at the beginning, for the sake of some kind of order. That beginning is a dead-end street in New Jersey in the late 2000s. If you have ever lived in a suburb, you already know this neighborhood without seeing it. Split-level houses with vinyl, siding a mix of beige and pale blue each one, with a driveway that could fit 2 cars if you parked carefully. Mailboxes leaning slightly, numbers peeling off. Trees lining the curb maples that stained the sidewalks red in the fall oaks, that dropped acorns like miniature landmines for bike tires. In the summer, the air smelled like hot asphalt and cut grass. Sprinklers clicked back and forth in front yards, throwing rainbows in the late sun. You could hear kids yelling 2 streets over, parents calling names from porches as the sky turned purple. Fireflies blinked over lawns and above the cracked sidewalk. At the very end of my street, past a row of nearly identical houses, in one corner lot with a slightly too big oak tree, there was a small park called Riverside. You would think from the name that there was a river. There wasn't. If there ever had been one, it was gone long before I was born. Riverside Park was just a fenced-in rectangle of city-maintained land squeezed between the last houses and a strip of trees. 3 sides of the park were boxed in by those trees like a low, scruffy wall of green. The 4th side faced the road. Inside the fence, the blacktop was cracked weeds poking up in the lines. There was a little baseball backstop with a couple of low wooden bleachers, one of them always slightly crooked. The playground was old. Even when I was a kid, a rusted metal structure with a ladder, a wobbling bridge, and a tall, twisting tube slide made of dull silver metal. The sand underneath was supposed to be clean, but it was full of cigarette butts, bottle caps, and the occasional half-buried plastic toy. 2 old sodium vapor street lights stood on metal poles near the middle of the park. At night, they buzzed that high insect-like hum and cast everything in that strange orange-yellow that made colors look wrong. The light reached the baseball diamond and part of the playground, but the corners near the trees were always in shadow. If you had asked me back then, I would have told you Riverside was the center of our universe. There were 3 of us, me, Eli, and Marcus. We were the kind of kids who were always outside, partly because we wanted to be, and partly because our parents preferred the noise to be someone else's problem. We rode our bikes everywhere, to the 7-Eleven for Slurpees, to the strip mall for greasy slices of pizza, to the school parking lot, to shoot hoops on cracked blacktop until the janitor chased us away. Eli was the loud one, always talking, always joking, always walking just a little faster than the rest of us, like he was dragging us behind him. Marcus was taller than both of us, quieter, noticing things. None of us noticed until he pointed them out. The way the streetlight on the corner flickered every 3rd night the one mailbox that never seemed to have any mail. I was somewhere in the middle, trying to be braver than I felt most of the time. Riverside was our place, in a way only kids really understand. During the day, parents brought toddlers to the swings, pushing them while they sipped iced coffee. Teenagers, who were too cool for the playground, cut through on their way somewhere else. But once the sun went down and the last parent dragged the last little kid home, that park belonged to us. We learned which corners of the playground were invisible from the road. We knew where the fence sagged just enough that you could slip through without bothering with the gate. We knew that if you sat on top of the slide platform, leaning back against the metal railing, you could see headlights on Riverside Drive, but the drivers could not easily see you. We also thought we knew every sound that park could make. In the summers, the three of us stayed out later and later. Our parents yelled less as we got older, or maybe they were just more tired. We would say we were at one another's houses and then end up under those buzzing lights trading stories and stretching every minute before curfew as far as it would go. For a long time, when I tried to think about what happened there, I forced myself to file it under just a prank or kids' imaginations. For years, I told myself that if I ever went back in the daylight and saw the old metal slide standing there silent and harmless, I would laugh at how stupid I had been. I did go back. The slide is gone now, and a few months ago, in this apartment, in this city, I was sitting here at almost this exact time of night when someone, or something, gave a small, almost polite knock on my front door. Just one. Not loud, not urgent, but it was enough to push everything I've been trying not to think about for the last 15 years straight up to the surface. To explain why that single knock made my heart feel like it had dropped straight through the floor, I have to go back to one particular night when I was 14, and the first time I heard a child's voice calling to me from inside that slide at the end of my street. 1.2, the summer. We started staying out too late. The summer I turned 14 felt like somebody had quietly loosened the leash on my life. My parents did not sit me down and say, "You have more freedom now." It was subtler than that. Curfew shifted from be home by 9 to just don't be out too late. They stopped asking whose house we were at every 20 minutes. As long as my phone was charged and I answered texts within a vaguely reasonable time frame, they let me roam. Eli was the first one to notice the change. Dude, they didn't even ask where we were going. He said one Friday night, pushing his bike out of his garage. We could literally say we're walking to Canada, and they'd just be like, "Take a jacket." We did not go to Canada. We went to Riverside Park. It happened gradually. Riverside went from being a daytime stop between other places to being the destination. During the day, it was still the park we had always known. Sticky toddler hands on the monkey bars, soccer balls rolling into the street, someone's little brother crying because he scraped his knee. But once the sun slipped behind the line of houses and the last stroller rolled away, the park changed its shape. At night, the trees on three sides stopped looking like something pretty in the background and started to look like a wall. The leaf canopy swallowed the sky and turned it into a dark ceiling. The only real light came from those two old street lamps, buzzing and burning above the field, throwing long, warped shadows over everything. We started showing up after 9, with cheap sodas knotted into plastic bags hanging from our handlebars. Sometimes, Eli would steal 1 or 2 beers from his dad's basement fridge, wrapped carefully in a hoodie so the glass would not clink. We sat on the bleachers, or on the playground platform, passing around earbuds, taking turns picking songs. The music sounded thin and tinny in the open air, bleeding into the soft whoosh of the nearby highway. That highway sound became part of the background of my life that summer. It was never loud, not like in the city. It was more like the ocean in a bad dream version of the beach. Constant far off, refusing to stop. When the night was really still, you could differentiate pieces of it: a truck downshifting somewhere, a motorcycle whine, a sudden short burst of horn. Closer, there were the park's own noises, the ones we thought we knew by heart. If you kicked the base of the metal slide with the heel of your shoe, it gave off a hollow ringing clang that vibrated up through your foot and into your knee. Sometimes, when the wind picked up, the empty swings would move on their chains and groan softly. The bridge between two parts of the playground creaked when you walked on it, and creaked again a second later on its own, like an echo. We used to mess with those sounds on purpose. Marcus would tap out beats on the poles with a stick. Eli would swing as high as he could and then jump off, letting the empty seat rattle back and forth behind him. I liked lying on my back on the platform, eyes on the slice of sky between the branches, listening to the layers of sound stack on top of each other, bugs in the grass chains, clicking traffic, breathing lights buzzing. The lights really did buzz. If you have never stood under an old sodium vapor streetlight, you might think I am exaggerating, but they have a sound. A high, strained hum, like a giant insect stuck in glass. Every so often, the bulb would flicker dim for a heartbeat, then flare back to normal. We used to joke that the park went offline for a second when it did that, like the world lagged. The first few nights out there were harmless looking back. If there was anything wrong, it was only wrong in the way summer nights at that age always are. Too much freedom, too little sense. One night, we were sitting on the bleachers sharing a bag of sour candy when a laugh floated out from the tree line. It was quick, high, and rough at the edges. Not the giggle of a little kid, but not quite an adult laugh either. We all froze heads, snapping toward the dark line of trunks. For a moment, my brain conjured up all kinds of faces watching us from between the branches. Then we heard the hiss of a lighter, saw the tiny orange dot flare somewhere near the backstop. Older kids. Two of them stepped out from behind the dugout jackets, zipped up against the chill bottles in their hands. They barely glanced at us, too busy with whatever conversation they were having. We laughed at ourselves for being jumpy, and Eli yelled some half-hearted joke about them being park goblins. Nobody answered. Another night, we were cutting through the park toward my house when something crashed in the shadows near the trash cans by the fence. A lid went clattering metal on metal, loud enough to make my heartbeat jump into my ears. All three of us swore at the same time. Eli grabbed my arm like a reflex. Marcus swore under his breath and stepped back. A second later, a raccoon bolted out into the spill of light, its eyes glowing for a moment, then vanished under the fence. The three of us dissolved into nervous laughter, swearing we were going to die of heart attacks before we hit 16. Those false alarms built a kind of muscle in us. We got used to laughing off our own fear. We turned every jump scare into a joke. If one of us reacted too strongly, the other two would tease him about it for hours. Eli was the worst about pretending he was never scared. He talked big, made fun of horror movies, imitated jump scares in a dramatic voice, but he was almost always the first one to whip his head around at a noise, the first one to say, "Did you hear that?" and then act like he had not said anything. Marcus was the opposite. He rarely said he was scared, but you could tell by how he moved. He walked a little slower, at the edges of the light eyes, scanning the tree line shoulders tight. He was the one who noticed details, like how dark the gap between two trunks looked, or how a certain part of the fence seemed to bow inward just a little too much. I was somewhere in between. Sometimes I was the one telling Eli to stop being dramatic. Sometimes I was the one Marcus had to talk out of imagining things. I was the one who said yes to dares climbed higher, walked farther into the shadows, just to prove I could, feeling my courage drain down into my shoes, but forcing my legs to keep moving. The more time we spent at each other's houses, the less our parents wanted us inside. It started with harmless complaints. Eli's dad saying the basement sounded like a stampede. My mom complaining that the living room smelled like sweat and chips after we had played video games for 5 hours straight. Marcus's older sister getting annoyed that we were always in the way. By midsummer, "Why don't you guys go outside for a while?" became a regular phrase. We would get shooed out the door with bottles of water and half-hearted warnings about not going too far. Go ride your bikes. Go down to the park. Just don't break anything and don't come back bleeding. So we did what we were told. We went back to Riverside again and again. We knew every scrape in the playground, paint every patch of grass that refused to grow back. There is one evening from that time that I did not think about for years. Not until everything else forced me to rewind the tape in my head and play it slower. It was still light out, the sun low, but not gone yet, sky bright enough that you could see dust floating in the air. There were no little kids left in the park, just the three of us. We were killing time before dinner. Eli was on the swings, dragging his sneakers in little trenches in the sand. Marcus was trying to balance on the low rail by the baseball field. I was standing at the bottom of the slide, tapping the side of it, with my hand listening to the hollow clang. I gave it one last smack harder, and that empty ring went up through the tube, dull and metallic. Right after the echo faded, I heard a sound that did not match it. A tiny giggle, quick, high, and light. Not from behind me, not from the houses, not from the street. It sounded like it came from inside the slide itself, from somewhere in the bend where I could not see. I remember pausing, laying my palm flat against the metal. It felt warm from the day's heat. I remember glancing up at the platform, expecting to see a kid sitting there that I had somehow missed. It was empty. Eli was still on the swing, Marcus still on the rail. "Did you guys hear that?" I called up, more amused than scared. Hear what Eli yelled back. I almost said, "Someone laughing," but it felt stupid even as it formed in my head. The highway whooshed softly. A TV chattered from an open window on the next street over. Somewhere a dog barked. Nothing I said instead. Forget it. And I did. I completely forgot. For years, that tiny giggle meant nothing. It was just a sound swallowed by a summer evening. It only came back to me much later, when I started lining up every noise I ever heard in that park one after another, and realized that might have been the first time something in Riverside laughed when there was nobody there to laugh. 1.3. The night Eli's dad kicked us out. The night everything really started, it did not feel like the beginning of anything. It felt like every other summer Saturday we had ever wasted in Eli's basement. It had rained that afternoon, one of those quick storms that rolls in out of nowhere, dumps warm water onto everything, and then leaves as fast as it came. By the time the sun went down, the sky was clear again, but the streets were still damp. The air had that heavy, wet feel to it, like you could almost drink it. Every porch light reflected in the shine on the asphalt. You could still smell wet dirt and the faint chemical tang of whatever they sprayed on the lawns. We were sprawled out in Eli's basement in front of his TV. It was the kind of basement every kid wanted: low ceiling, old couch scuffed coffee table, one wall lined with shelves full of board games nobody played anymore. The AC vent down there blasted cold air so hard it made your arms goosebump, no matter how hot it was outside. The room smelled like Doritos and old carpet, and a little bit like the laundry room at the back, where his mom always had something going in the washer. Eli sat cross-legged on the floor controller in hand, leaning forward like he could physically drag his character across the screen. Marcus was next to him, back against the couch, chewing on the corner of an empty chip bag without realizing it. I was half on the couch, half sliding off, watching the game in that dazed way where your brain is there, but also somewhere far away. The digital clock on the cable box glowed red under the TV, 9:28 p.m. The numbers rolled to 9:29 while we yelled at each other about who was cheating and who was actually bad at the game. At 9:30, Eli's dad came downstairs. We heard him before we saw him, the stomp of socks on wooden stairs, the familiar little groan of the bottom step under his weight. He appeared at the base of the stairs in a worn t-shirt with some faded logo on it, and a pair of sweatpants hair sticking up a little like he had fallen asleep on the couch and been startled awake. "Guys," he said, not even pretending to be cheerful, "you're shaking the whole house." Eli didn't look away from the screen. "We're not even moving," he protested, fingers flying over the buttons. His dad pointed upstairs. "My show is literally vibrating off the wall. I can feel the floor. Either calm it down or go burn off energy outside." It was not the first time he had said something like that. It was just the tone that made all three of us look at him instead of the game. He wasn't angry exactly, just tired, the way adults get tired in the middle of summer when kids have been home too many days in a row. "We'll go out," I said quickly before Eli could argue and get us grounded by proxy. Eli's dad nodded in that way that said "good answer" and turned back up the stairs. We listened to him go, heard the muffled sound of the TV upstairs click back to normal volume. As soon as he was out of earshot, Eli dropped his controller with a sigh. "He acts like we're stampeding cattle down here." Marcus stretched his long legs out in front of him and stood up. "To be fair, you do stomp like a baby elephant when you lose." "I don't lose," Eli said automatically, then checked the score on the screen and grimaced. "Shut up. Let's just go." There was a moment where technically we had options. We could have each just gone home. I could have walked back to my house 3 doors down, climbed into bed, scrolled my phone until my eyes hurt, and fallen asleep with the TV glow under my door. It would have been the safe, boring choice. But the idea of going home and ending the night at 9:30 made my stomach twist in a way that had nothing to do with the chips. There was still heat in the air, still day left clinging to the edges of the sky. The thought of lying in my room while outside the world was damp and alive and dark felt wrong. I could almost feel the night waiting outside the basement door, like a living thing. "Park," I said. It came out too quickly, like I had been holding the word in my mouth. Eli made a face, but it was not a real objection. "Yeah, sure. Better than sitting in my room, listening to my parents argue about what to watch." Marcus just nodded. "Riverside it is." We grabbed our shoes and headed up the basement stairs. The house lights felt too bright, after the dimness downstairs. Eli's mom called something about not going too far, and Eli yelled back that we would be just down the street. It was technically true. The garage door creaked as we lifted it. The air inside was different, cooler, smelling like gasoline and grass clippings and the faint must of cardboard. Boxes were stacked along one wall with labels and black marker Christmas camping old clothes. The old red lawnmower sat in the corner, a gas can next to it, its plastic sides smudged with dark fingerprints. Our bikes were leaning against the far wall in a tangle of handlebars and spokes. Marcus dragged his out, first the chain clacking as it shifted gears accidentally. Eli yanked his free with a scrape of metal on concrete. I pulled mine out last the front wheel, leaving a wet line where it picked up moisture from the floor. For a second, as Eli punched the garage door button and the door rattled down behind us, I had a strange feeling of stepping over a line. Basement air behind us, night air in front of us. No clear reason to notice the difference, but noticing it anyway. We rolled our bikes to the end of Eli's driveway and swung our legs over the frames. The street was laid out in front of us, glossy with leftover rain. Porch lights glowed in pockets. Through open windows, you could see rectangles of blue TV light and the silhouettes of people hunched on couches. We pedaled slowly, at first tires, making a soft hiss where they cut through shallow puddles. The rubber treads made a sticky sound when they passed over patches of still wet asphalt. Somewhere, a sprinkler was still going, clicking rhythmically as it sent arcs of water over an already soaked lawn. There was only one streetlight between Eli's house and the park. It stood at the corner, like it always had, humming faintly. Moths orbited the bulb in clumsy circles. As we rode under it, the sound of the buzzing wrapped around us for a second, then fell away behind us as we headed toward the dark. Riverside Park sat exactly where it always had, at the dead end. There were no cars parked along the curb in front of it, no silhouettes on the benches, no movement on the field. Just that familiar orange glow spilling from the two lamps inside the fence, washing over the wet blacktop, and the skeletal outline of the playground. We didn't even bother with the gate. We lifted our bikes over the low section of fence we always used, setting them down by habit in the worn patches of grass near the bleachers. Sometimes we chained them to the metal pole there if we were worried about people driving by. Tonight, with the street this empty, we just laid them on their sides, front wheels still slowly spinning. The air inside the park felt heavier, like the trees on three sides were holding it in. The damp sand under our sneakers shifted with a faint sucking sound. The metal of the playground gleamed dully under the lamps drops of leftover rain clinging to the bars and ladder rungs. We went straight for the highest point, like always. The platform sat about 6 feet off the ground, a square of textured plastic surrounded by metal railings. The twisting tube slide bolted to one side looked taller from this angle, its mouth a dark circle. Monkey bars extended from the other side, and a small bridge connected to a lower platform. I climbed up first hands, slipping slightly on the still damp metal rungs. When I reached the top, I turned around and watched Eli and Marcus clamber up after me, their shapes rising into the orange light. From that platform, you could see the entire park. The field, the bleachers, the fence line, the street beyond. If a car turned down Riverside Drive, you would see its headlights appear between the tree trunks, sweep along the curb, and then vanish as it drove away. You could watch the world without really being in it. That was why we loved this spot. Up here, we felt invisible. If anyone glanced over from the road, all they would see was the top of the empty playground silhouettes. Maybe nothing that looked like 3 kids staying out too late. As I stepped onto the platform and leaned my forearms on the cool metal rail, a quick, stupid thought flickered through my head. From the street, you could not see us clearly at all. But from the dark line of trees behind the park, the view would be different. From there, anyone standing just inside the shadow could see us perfectly, 3 dark shapes on the highest point of the playground, moving, talking, laughing, thinking we were hidden. Someone could stand there and watch us for as long as they wanted, and we would never know. I pushed the thought away almost as soon as it surfaced. It felt overly dramatic, like something out of the horror movies Eli made fun of. I told myself it was just the humidity and the leftover storm making everything feel heavier than it was. Now looking back, I wonder about that moment more than almost anything else from that night. Because if someone was already watching us that Saturday, if someone had decided to start paying attention to 3 boys on a metal slide at the end of a dead-end street, Riverside Park was the perfect place to do it. 2.1. The first wrong sound. We settled into the night up there, like we had done a dozen times before, like the platform was some kind of floating island, only we knew how to reach. Eli sat with his back against the railing legs stretched out in front of him, phone in his hand. The screen lit his face, an unhealthy blue, as he scrolled through his playlist, earbuds wrapped loosely around his fingers. He finally picked a song and let it play out loud, volume turned low enough that it sounded thin and far away, more like a memory of music than the real thing. Marcus had a warm Sprite he had fished out of his backpack. The can hissed. When he cracked it, a little spray of carbonation misting over his hand. He took a sip and made a face, but kept drinking anyway, resting his elbows on his knees. I leaned on the opposite side of the platform, forearms on the cool metal bar, watching the distant main road. From where we sat, you could see headlights slide along the gap between 2 houses, gliding like ghosts through the trees. Every few minutes, a pair of red taillights would drift past in the other direction, swallowed up again by the night. The soundscape fell into place around us, familiar and easy to ignore, the constant high buzz of the park lights overhead, the lower hum of someone's air conditioner vibrating through a house wall across the street, the chirping of insects in the grass. Somewhere farther away, a dog barked twice sharp and irritated, then stopped. The highway breathed its endless sigh in the background. We talked about nothing. That is the only way I can describe it now. At 14, every topic feels like everything. We went from complaining about math homework to impersonating a science teacher. We hated to debating whether Eli should text a girl from our class or pretend he had better things to do. Marcus chimed in occasionally dry comments that made us laugh harder than they deserved to. I remember laughing at something Eli said, the sound of my own voice mixing with his and with the quiet, tinny music. I remember thinking for a moment that this felt right. This little patch of plastic and metal in the middle of a damp park in a boring suburb felt more like home than my own bedroom. Then the night made a sound that did not belong to it. It was small. That's the part that still unsettles me. There was no dramatic crack, no scream, nothing like that. Just a dull thunk from somewhere in the metal bones of the playground. It was soft enough that if one of us had been talking at that exact second, we probably would have missed it. But the song had just ended, and Eli had not picked another yet. For one brief heartbeat, there was a silence between topics and between tracks, and the sound slid neatly into that gap. Thunk. It could have been anything, a loose bolt shifting a stray branch falling somewhere unseen. But it did not sound like that to me. It sounded like knuckles hitting hollow metal from the inside. Marcus heard it first. His sentence died mid-word. His head snapped to the side eyes, suddenly sharp. The spritekin paused halfway to his mouth. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. "Relax," Eli said automatically, though his voice came out a little too loud. Probably just like the slide burping or something. Marcus didn't laugh. He lifted a hand palm out. "Shut up for a second." We went quiet. I could feel the air on my arms cooler now than it had been in the basement. The plastic under me felt faintly tacky from the humidity. My heart started to pick up speed, not because I thought anything was wrong exactly, but because all of a sudden, I was aware of how exposed we were, how much empty space there was under and around us. For several seconds, there was nothing. Just the insects, the buzz of the lights, the distant dog again, the steady wash of traffic. Eli shifted his weight, and the plastic creaked under him. That tiny sound made me flinch. "See?" Eli said a little too quickly. "You're paranoid. It's just the metal, like cooling or whatever. Science." He was halfway through picking up his phone again when it happened. The second sound was different. Closer. Sharper. If the first one had been an elbow brushing against something by accident, this one was a deliberate knock. Talk. It came from somewhere directly beneath us, or beneath the ladder, or from the guts of the slide itself. It was that same hollow metal tone you get when you tap on a pipe, only there was a pattern to it, a short measured tap, like someone testing the thickness of the metal with their fingertip. Something inside my stomach flipped over. That wasn't cooling metal. Marcus said, his voice low. Eli laughed again, but it broke in the middle, like his throat couldn't quite decide which direction to send the sound. "Okay, raccoon. Maybe a cat. Chill." My first instinct was to agree with him, to grab onto the raccoon idea like a lifeline. Raccoons make noise. So do cats. So do kids hiding under playgrounds. There were a lot of normal things that made strange sounds when you were already on edge. But my body didn't care about raccoons or logic at that moment. My skin tightened like the air around us had dropped 10 degrees. My hands felt clammy where they touched the railing. I forced my voice to stay even. "It's probably just something under the platform," I said. "Let's just look." Marcus was already moving. He scooted forward on the plastic, then got to his feet and leaned over the railing, trying to peer down into the shadows. From up there, under the orange lights, everything directly beneath us was bathed in this strange flat color that made it hard to see depth. Metal bars crossed over each other in a web. Sand lay in irregular mounds where kids' feet had kicked it into piles. The ladder disappeared into a tangle of shadow under the platform. "I don't see anything," he said, squinting. Eli pulled his legs up and sat cross-legged, one knee bouncing, without him seeming to realize it. "Dude, something just hit it. Maybe it was the wind." "There is no wind," Marcus murmured. He was right. The air had gone still. The leaves on the trees around the park were barely moving, just the smallest shiver here and there. The swings, which sometimes rocked on their own at night, hung motionless. I edged toward the open side of the platform and looked down myself. The plastic of the platform had a faint pattern, small circles, under the soles of my sneakers grounding me. The metal rail felt rough beneath my fingers, paint chipped off in spots where other kids had grabbed it over the years. The smell of damp sand rose up around us, mixed with the metallic tang of the slide. "Hello," I called my voice, sounding too loud in my own ears. I tried again, quieter, someone there. The park answered me with the most ordinary thing it could have chosen, a car passing on the street beyond the trees. The wet asphalt amplified the sound of its tires, a soft hissing swish that grew louder, then faded. Its headlights painted moving shapes on the leaves for a second, then were gone. No giggle, no footsteps, no more knocks. We shifted positions, all three of us, half standing, half crouching, walking to different edges of the platform to get different angles. Eli peered down the ladder like something might pop out from under it. Marcus scanned the sand around the base of the slide. I watched the empty space under the bridge that connected to the other platform. Nothing moved. The playground just sat there the way it had every other night. After a while, with no new sounds and the normal noises of the night slowly taking back over, it felt almost embarrassing to keep staring like that. "See," Eli said eventually. "Slide burps. You're disgusting," Marcus muttered. But he backed away from the railing and sat down again. I followed his lead. The plastic had warmed slightly under us. I shifted until my back was against the rail, mimicking Eli's posture without meaning to. We tried to slide back into our conversation, back into the song Eli put on next. The words came, but there was an unevenness under them now, like the night itself was listening. As we settled the tension finally starting to loosen its grip a little, I heard something else. It was barely anything. If you played it on a recording, you might not even notice it. A faint, thin sound, like someone running a fingertip along a piece of metal from the inside. It came from the slide, from inside it. Not the clear knock of before, not the dull thunk. Just a soft scraping whisper, rising and falling along the curve, then gone. For an instant, I stopped breathing. I stared at the rounded mouth of the tube, where it rose up from the platform at my side. Its interior was an absolute black circle. Eli's music covered the silence a second later. Marcus was saying something I did not catch. I wasn't 100% sure I had actually heard it. Maybe my brain was layering a sound onto what it expected. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was the lights buzzing in a slightly different way. So I said nothing. I let the conversation rush back in. I let the music fill my ears. I let my eyes drift back to the distant headlights sliding along the road. Later, much later, when I replayed that night on a loop in my mind until the memories blurred at the edges, that tiny scrape became the part I could not forgive myself for. If I had admitted what I heard, then if I had forced us to leave, if I had insisted on going home, maybe everything that followed would still have happened. Maybe it was already too late by then, or maybe that soft little sound was the first time something inside that slide dragged its fingers along the walls, testing the shape of us, and realized we could hear it. 2.2, I'm stuck. 10, maybe 15 minutes went by, the way time slides past when you are half on edge and half pretending not to be. We drifted back into conversation, but it had a different flavor now. Eli started making jokes about how Marcus was going to end up as that neighbor who yells at kids for breathing too loudly near his yard. Marcus shot back that at least he would live long enough to be a grumpy old man, unlike Eli, who would probably die doing something stupid like parkour off a dumpster. Our voices were quieter than before, though. There were more pauses. Each of us checked our phones more often than we checked what song was playing. When a car passed on the street and its headlights briefly painted the tops of the trees, we all looked up. None of us commented on the fact that we did. The park around us seemed to have decided it had done enough to get our attention and could go back to its regular sounds. The lights hummed overhead. The insects sang in whatever language insects use. Somewhere, a window slammed shut with a faint thud, and a muffled voice inside a house told someone else to turn that down. I remember looking at the dark mouth of the slide more than I usually would. It sat at my right, a round opening rising from the platform like a small tunnel to nowhere. From outside, you could see maybe a foot into it. After that, the tube curved, and the darkness swallowed everything. Raindrops still clung to the edges in a few places, catching the orange light and turning into tiny points of brightness. We had just reached some dumb thread of conversation about which teacher at school hated us the most when it happened. It did not start with a knock this time. It started with a word, "Hey." The sound came from behind us, from exactly where no one should have been from the darkness of the metal tube. It was small, breathy, like someone had leaned close and spoken into a cupped hand. It wasn't loud at all, but I felt it as much as I heard it. Every hair on the back of my neck rose. My chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with the damp air. For one split second, my brain did the most human thing it could. It tried to file the sound under something normal. Eli had said it, or Marcus had, or I had actually just thought the word, and my brain had played it back at me. Then I saw both of their faces. Eli's smile had disappeared. His mouth was slightly open, like he was about to say something and forgot what it was. His eyes weren't on us. They were fixed on the slide's mouth. Marcus's head had snapped in the same direction mine had his pupils blown wide in the orange light. We stared at each other, then back at the slide, then at each other again in some silent three-way check. None of our lips had moved. The sound itself lived in my ears in a way that made it hard to breathe. It had not come from one of the houses. You know what that kind of sound is like. It has an airy, open echo, a sense of space around it. This had none of that. It had not been thin and tinny, like a phone speaker either. There was no digital scratch, no mechanical quality. It had a hollow ring under it. The consonants seemed to vibrate through the metal, like the slide had gulped the word and then belched it back out. Hey. It replayed in my head exactly as it had sounded, and the more I thought about it, the more it began to feel wrong, that we weren't moving. My voice came out before I fully decided to speak. "Is someone in there?" I asked. The question hung at the edge of the opening, and then slid down into the darkness. For a moment, the only answer was the buzz of the lamps and the whisper of the highway. And then, in the same small, breathy tone, the voice came back. "I'm stuck." The words were clear, not muffled, not stretched out, just flat matter of fact, like the way a bored kid might inform a teacher that their shoelace is tangled. Eli flinched, like someone had flicked him behind the ear. "Are you joking right now?" he demanded. The words were aimed at me, but his eyes never left the slide. "That was not me," I said. My throat felt dry, and the sentence came out thinner than I meant it to. Marcus whispered, No, dude, that was real." We went completely still. When adults talk about fear, they always seem to focus on the big things, the scream, the chase, the jump scare. But the kind of fear that grabs you by the spine and doesn't let go is quiet. It shows up in the spaces between sounds, in the way your ears reach for something, anything that will make the wrong thing you just heard more acceptable. My mind flooded itself with questions as fast as it could think them. How had a kid gotten onto the slide without us noticing? We'd been up here the whole time. The ladder had creaked when we climbed. It wouldn't a smaller body make even more noise? Where were the parents? No glow of a phone screen on a bench. No adult voices calling a name. No stroller on the sidewalk. Why wasn't the kid crying? Why wasn't there any banging on the tube, or the kind of panicked whining you hear from little kids? Even when they get their jacket caught on a doorknob. "I'm stuck," the voice had said. Like it was telling us the time. Maybe someone's playing a prank, Eli said. His voice was tight, the sarcasm stripped out. Like someone's under the slide with a speaker or something. If they're under the slide, they're not stuck, Marcus said. We don't know that, man. Kids are dumb. Kids get stuck in like chairs. Do they get stuck in chairs without making any noise until they say, "Hey," I muttered. Underneath all of that, there was something else pressing against the inside of my skull, a kind of programming I hadn't realized was there until that moment. We had all had adults drill it into us growing up. If you see a kid lost at the mall, you help them find security. If you see a kid alone on the side of the road, you call someone. If you hear a child say they're stuck, you don't just walk away. What if there really was a kid wedged somewhere in the tube, growing more scared by the second, waiting for someone to do something? The idea of ignoring that and going home only to see a story on the news the next day about some kid who died in a freak playground accident at our park made my stomach twist in a way that was different from fear. I think we should, I don't know. We have to do something, I said. Yeah, Eli said quickly. We should go get someone, like an adult, my dad, and tell him what Marcus cut, in voice low but firm. Hey, a ghost called us from a slide. Dude, it doesn't have to be a ghost. It could be a real kid. That's what I'm saying. I snapped sharper than I meant to. If it's a real kid, we can't just leave. Okay, but think Marcus insisted. We've been here the whole time. We didn't hear anyone climb up. We didn't hear anyone climb down, and there's no one around. How would they even get in there without us seeing? My brain didn't have a good answer. It just kept replaying the words over and over in that small, flat voice, "I'm stuck." I decided to test it. It felt like the only thing I knew how to do. "Where are you stuck?" I called a little louder this time. There was a pause. It was not a long one, but it stretched out until it felt like someone had grabbed the threads of time around us and pulled. The highway sighed in the background. The swing chains stayed still. A bug buzzed too close to my ear and then darted away. Then the voice came again. "Come get me." It sounded closer now. Before, it had seemed to float somewhere down the tube, like it was stuck in the bend. This time, it felt like it was pressed right up against the metal, just out of sight, like the owner of the voice had moved, pressing their mouth against the curved wall to whisper through it. As the last word left the air, there was a tiny, almost imperceptible sound. A soft skin-on-metal noise, like sweatpants rubbing along a slide surface. The kind of sound you hear when a kid adjusts their position to slide a little further down. But no weight landed. No thump came from the bottom. No sand shifted. Every instinct I had was now in full conflict. Half of my body wanted to run. The other half wanted to climb up onto the edge of the slide and drop in head first. "We should get my dad," Eli said again, but there was no conviction in it. His eyes flicked back and forth between me and the dark opening. Marcus shook his head. If it's a kid, they might be really stuck. By the time we go back and come here, who knows? We're wasting time arguing. I cut him off. The words surprised even me. My heart was beating so hard, I could feel it in my throat. My hands were damp where they touched the railing. But that line of grown-up logic in me, the one that could picture news anchors saying the words tragedy at local park, was louder than my fear. If there's a kid in there, I can just slide down, I said. If they're stuck in the bend, I'll hit them. If they're at the bottom, I'll see them. If there's nothing there, then we can go home. Okay, that's a terrible plan, Eli said instantly. It's the only one we have, I replied. I got to my feet before I could talk myself out of it. The platform felt smaller now, like the edges had crept closer. I turned toward the mouth of the slide. From this close, it looked even darker, the circle of black set in the metal lip, like an open eye. I lowered myself down, sitting on the edge legs dangling inside. The metal was cold and slick under the backs of my thighs, the leftover rain and night air clinging to it. A faint smell wafted up rust dust, old spilled juice, and something else that reminded me of pennies rubbed between fingers. For a second, I just sat there, palms flat on either side of me, heart banging against my ribs. I could feel Eli's and Marcus's eyes on my back. Marcus reached out and put a hand on my shoulder. His fingers gripped tighter than he probably meant them to. "You don't have to do this," he said. "If I don't, I'm going to think about it for the rest of my life," I said, and I have never been more right about anything. His hand squeezed once more, then let go. I took a breath that did almost nothing to steady me, scooted forward, and pushed myself into the dark. 2.3, too slow. The first thing I felt was the cold. The metal hugged the backs of my legs and my lower back as I pushed off colder than it had any right to be after a warm day. For a half second, my body hesitated, trying to dig my sneakers into the lip of the slide, but momentum took over, and gravity did the rest. I slid forward into the dark. The interior of the tube swallowed the park in one quick gulp. Up on the platform, the night had been a mix of sounds and color orange light, distant traffic. Eli's phone buzzing when he got a notification. Inside the slide, everything collapsed into a narrow tunnel of sensation. The tube twisted once then again in a long, smooth curve. I had been down it 100 times as a little kid, but that night it felt longer, like somebody had added an extra turn when no one was looking. My shoulder blades brushed the sides, my sneakers squeaked and juddered a little against the metal where the angle shifted. I kept my right hand pressed flat to the side of the slide to control my speed, the skin of my palm catching on spots where the paint was worn smooth. With my left hand, I reached out into the darkness, fingers splayed, ready to collide with the back of someone's jacket, the bend of a knee, anything. It is strange what your brain decides to prioritize when you are scared. Mine latched onto the smallest details. My breathing sounded too loud, ricocheting off the inside of the tube and doubling back into my ears. Each inhale and exhale layered over itself until it felt like there were two of me breathing slightly out of sync. The fabric of my hoodie hissed against the metal, a constant soft shh that made my teeth clench. Every time the slide turned, I braced instinctively, muscles tensing, waiting for the moment when my outstretched hand would hit something that wasn't smooth metal. I pictured my fingers tangling in the hem of a t-shirt, brushing a small shoe, colliding with a face. Outside the slide, the world was muffled. The buzz of the lights became a thin, distant whine. The insects faded to a vague static. I could just barely hear Eli yell something, my name maybe, or or a curse, but the words warped as they bounced down the tube. My stomach lifted in that familiar, unpleasant way as the slide dipped a little sharper near the bottom. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if that would somehow protect me from impact. My hand scraped along the wall, fingertips burning, and then it was over. My feet shot out into open air. My heels hit sand. My knees buckled, and I dropped the rest of the way onto my backside with a dull thump that sent a puff of damp, cold grit up around me. For a second, I sat there, heart pounding, trying to untangle the mess of sensations in my head. The air outside felt unnaturally wide after the tight press of the slide. It hit my face in a cool, wet sheet. There was no cry, no wail, no smaller body tumbling into me from above. Nothing. I scrambled to my feet, hands instinctively brushing sand off my jeans' eyes already scanning. Under the slide, the shadows layered thick. My eyes adjusted quickly in the orange light. I ducked, craning my neck to look up into the curve of the tube from the bottom. The darkness swallowed everything after that first bend, same as before. No pale sneakers dangling. No kid wedged at a weird angle. I stepped back and looked around the base of the structure. The ladder rose up on one side, wrung slick with leftover rain. No small hands gripped them, no scuffed shoes. The support poles were just that poles streaked with rust where the paint had peeled. "Do you see them?" Eli shouted from above, his voice thinner with distance and something like dread. "There's nobody down here," I called back. I turned in a slow circle just to be sure. The sand at the bottom of the slide was a mess of footprints, but they were ours, too big, too deep. I recognized the waffle pattern of Marcus's sneakers, the smoother tread of Eli's. My own prints overlapped them in places, new indentations over old. There were no tiny shoe prints, no narrow toe marks. Nothing that looked like a child had dropped down there at all. I moved further out, scanning the open ground, the edges where sand turned to dirt and then to cracked pavement. The only disturbances were the scuffs we had made earlier in the evening, tracing pointless patterns while we talked about nothing. I looked back up. On the platform, Eli and Marcus leaned over the railing like they were afraid to step away from the spot where I had just been sitting. Their faces looked wrong from this angle, stretched slightly by the upward glow of the lamps, paler eyes darker. "You're messing with us," Eli said, but there wasn't much bite in it. "I'm not," I replied. "There's no one, I swear." Marcus's jaw tightened. I could see his throat move as he swallowed. "Maybe they climbed out while you were... I don't know." While you were coming down, I shook my head, even though he could barely see it from up there. There's nowhere for them to go. I would have seen them. For a long few seconds, the three of us just stood. Me at the base of the slide, them at the top, all staring at the same empty space with three different flavors of fear. "Let's check," I said finally, just to be sure. No one argued with that. We did a sweep of the playground, the way I imagined a nervous parent would. First behind the slide. The backside of the structure faced the tree line. Sometimes little kids like to hide there. I walked slowly around it, peering into the places where shadows overlapped, half expecting someone to jump out with a scream, just to prove this was all some elaborate, stupid prank. Nothing. Just the cool damp of the air and the faint smell of earth. We checked under the bridge, connecting the platforms under the stairs, leading up to the structure around the other side of the ladder. Marcus hopped off the platform and joined me on the ground, his sneakers sinking slightly into the soft spots in the sand. We moved toward the bleachers. The wooden boards there had gaps big enough for trash and lost baseballs. but not big enough for a kid. Still, I crouched down, fingers brushing old gum and dirt eyes sweeping the dim space underneath. Empty. The grass beyond the sand felt slick under my shoes. We reached the edge of the tree line where the light from the park lamps died and the darkness started in earnest. I stopped there, toes at the border between lit and unlit, and stared into the vertical pattern of trunks and leaves. "Hello," I called again, hating how my voice sounded in the dark. "If you're out here, we're not mad. We just want to make sure you're okay." Silence answered. Then a distant car door thudded shut somewhere 2 streets over. A porch light clicked on in the corner of my eye. I forced myself not to imagine small feet standing just beyond where I could see toes pressed into leaf mold, someone holding their breath to stay hidden. We circled back to the playground, slower now. My pulse had not gone down at all. If anything, the failure to find anyone made it worse. A prank at least could be blamed on someone. "Nothing," Marcus said, voice flat. "Cool," Eli muttered. "Awesome. Love that for us." We ended up back by the base of the slide, almost exactly where I had landed. The 3 of us stood there in a loose triangle, breathing harder than the exertion deserved. Maybe if the night had ended there, it would have been easier to explain. We could have chalked it up to a neighbor's TV, some weird echo, the way metal carries sound. We could have made fun of ourselves for getting worked up, gone home, and added it to the pile of stupid stories you tell years later without really feeling anything. But the park wasn't done. It came back with one more word. The voice dropped into the space above my head with the casual timing of someone finishing a sentence they'd started earlier. Too slow. The sound came from inside the slide, but higher up this time, not down in the bend, not near the bottom, but near the top where I had been perched moments ago. It was as if the speaker had taken my place, pressed their mouth against the metal lip, and let the words fall down toward us. 2 syllables, light and sing-song, like a kid calling the rules in a game of tag. Too slow. If it had come from a phone speaker, it would have had that thin, compressed quality, the faint hiss of recorded air. This didn't. It was full and weirdly intimate, like the tube itself was speaking. The consonants rang just a little, vibrating against the curve, giving the words a metallic edge that made my teeth hurt. There was something horribly off about the tone. It wasn't angry. It wasn't frightened. It wasn't even teasing in a normal way. It sounded like a child repeating a phrase an adult had said to them over and over until it meant everything and nothing at the same time. For a second, my body did not remember how to move. The only thing I was aware of was the sensation of sand under my shoes and the ringing echo of that slow in my ears. Then everything snapped. Marcus took 2 big steps backward without looking where he was going. His heel caught the edge of one of the low support beams, and he windmilled his arms, almost going down. Sand sprayed up around his ankles. Eli spun full circle like he expected someone to be standing right behind him, so fast he nearly clipped his shoulder on the railing. His hands flew to his pockets, as if he suddenly wanted to make sure his phone, his keys, his everything were still on him. My own legs went liquid. I wanted to look up into the slide to see, to prove there was nothing there, but some older, colder part of me refused. The idea of meeting a pair of eyes at the opening, or of seeing no eyes when there should have been, made my chest clamp shut. "Okay," I said, though I don't know who I was talking to. "Okay, we're done. We're leaving." No one disagreed. No one suggested another search. No one volunteered to climb back up the ladder or go down the slide again. We didn't say this out loud, but the agreement was sudden and absolute. Something was wrong here. Whether it was the slide, the park, or us, it didn't matter. We were not going to fix it, standing under that metal mouth, waiting for it to talk again. We grabbed our bikes, like you grab something in a house that's on fire, quickly, clumsily, without worrying about noise. My fingers fumbled on the handlebars. Marcus almost dropped his front wheel in his hurry to yank it away from the bleachers. Eli didn't bother lifting his over the fence this time. He just dragged it to the low spot and muscled it through the metal scraping with an ugly shriek. The only sounds behind us were the ones we made, the clack of chains catching on gears, pedals whirring as we pushed off, the rhythmic squeak of Eli's loose brake pad each time his wheel went around. No voice called after us, no additional knock. The park itself seemed to hold its breath. We shot out onto the street, tires skidding slightly on the damp asphalt. The wind, what little of it there was, hit my face cool and wet, but it didn't feel refreshing. It felt like the air you suck in when you've been underwater too long. Nobody talked. Our bikes made enough noise for all three of us. Chains rattled briefly when we shifted, then settled. My back tire hit a small crack in the street and thumped. A piece of gravel pinged off someone's curb as Eli cut the corner too sharply. Behind us, Riverside shrank. The orange glow of the lamps bled between the tree trunks, then hid behind houses. When we reached the curve where our street bent away from the dead end, I did something I told myself I wouldn't. I looked back. It was only for a second, a quick glance over my shoulder as I pedaled, but the image is burned into my memory more sharply than almost anything else from that night. The park sat at the end of the road, framed by the trees, a darker rectangle against the already dark sky. The two lamps still burned their light, flattening everything into shades of faded yellow and deep black. The playground structure stood where we had left it, a silhouette of bars and curves. At the top of the slide's platform, exactly where I had been sitting less than half an hour ago, I thought I saw a shape. Small, child-sized, just a darker patch against the dark, standing very still. One arm, or what looked like an arm, rested on the rail in the same place my hand had been. The angle, the distance, the blur of my own movement, I could list a dozen reasons why my brain might have stitched that figure together out of nothing. I did list them silently, in a frantic rush, even as I was still looking. I snapped my head forward again, eyes on the road legs pumping. My heart had found a new rhythm now, one that matched the turn of the pedals, beat, 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 push, push, push. By the time we reached the first familiar driveway and the safe, boring glow of home windows, I had already started telling myself it was a trick of the light, a tree branch, a shadow. My own nerves painting a person where there was only metal and air. I didn't mention what I thought I saw to Eli or Marcus that night. For years, I pretended I had not seen anything at all. 1. Backyard. Refuge. By the time we turned onto my cul-de-sac, it felt like we had ridden out of one world and into another. The street lights on my block were newer than the ones at the park. Instead of that sickly orange sodium glow, they were a cleaner, whiter light that flattened everything out. The wet pavement gleamed silver instead of rust-colored. The houses here were quieter, the day completely drained out of them. A few windows glowed blue from late-night TV, but most were dark curtains drawn. My parents' house sat 3 in from the corner, exactly where it had always been, looking smaller than it did in my memory even then. The front porch light was off, but there was a sliver of warm light spilling through the narrow hallway window by the stairs. That meant one of my parents had left the hallway light on so we wouldn't break our necks when we came in. It also meant they were probably already upstairs half asleep. We rolled into the driveway, tires crunching lightly over the grit that never seemed to get fully swept away. The three of us tried in some unspoken coordination to make as little noise as possible. Metal against metal sounded too loud in my ears when our bikes bumped together. Careful, I hissed, grabbing my handlebars tighter. Eli muttered an apology under his breath. We could have gone through the front door. It would have been the normal thing to do. But we were still vibrating from what had just happened, and the idea of walking into a lit hallway and pretending we had just had a regular night at the park felt impossible. "Backyard," I said quietly. "We can talk there." Eli and Marcus both nodded instantly, like they had already been thinking the same thing. We leaned our bikes against the side of the house near the garbage cans and the coiled-up green hose. The siding was cool and slightly damp to the touch when my shoulder brushed it. The air smelled like wet earth, and something faintly sour from the trash bin layered over the clean, almost sterile smell of laundry detergent drifting out of the basement vent. We walked single file along the narrow path that ran down the side of the house, shoes scuffing softly on the concrete. The neighbor's motion sensor light did not come on. Either it was broken, or we were not big enough or interesting enough to trigger it. Above us, the sky was a deep, murky blue-black. No stars, just the vague glow of the town reflecting off low clouds. The backyard opened up suddenly after the tight squeeze between the houses. It was small, really a rectangle of grass that got patchy near the corners, bounded on three sides by a chest-high wooden fence. The boards were the same ones that had been there since I was little, weathered and slightly warped, flecked with old paint and newer scratches. On the back of the house, a single porch light hung above the door that led into the kitchen. It cast a circular pool of soft yellow light over the two cracked concrete steps and the welcome mat that had long since lost any welcoming words. Beyond that glow, the yard faded quickly into darker shapes. The outline of my mom's flower bed, the skeleton of the rusting grill, the faint metallic glint from the swing of the gate latch on the far fence. If you stood still, you could hear my house breathing. The refrigerator in the kitchen hummed and clicked behind the wall, a steady background drone. The bathroom fan upstairs made a faint whirring sound that went on for a while, then shut off with a tired little sigh. Through the wall closest to the living room, the muffled murmur of the TV filtered out a low, constant wash of dialogue and canned laughter, too blurred to make out actual words. From next door, another TV added its own layer slightly out of sync, making the whole thing sound like two different lives playing on top of each other. Beyond the fence, the alley that ran behind our row of houses was mostly dark. Only a single distant street lamp, half a block away at the far end, tossed a weak triangle of light over the cracked asphalt and the backs of some garages. The rest was shadow broken only by the occasional flash of car headlights as someone turned onto the main road at the end of the alley before disappearing from view. We gravitated toward the back steps like they were some kind of anchor. Eli sat down heavily on the top step, elbows on his knees. Marcus stayed standing, hands shoved into the pocket of his hoodie, shoulders hunched in against the night. I leaned against the railing, feeling the cool metal under my fingers. For a few seconds, no one said anything. The silence was so different from the one at the park that it took my brain a moment to adjust. Here, it felt padded, wrapped up in walls and drywall and insulation thickened by the presence of sleeping adults and shut curtains. But underneath, there was still a line of rawness running through it. That was messed up, Eli said, finally, voice low. He sounded like he was afraid the house might overhear him. That's one word for it, Marcus muttered. The urge to pick it apart, to turn it into something we could chew, instead of something chewing us, hit all three of us at once. Okay, I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. Let's think about it like, logically. It could have been someone messing with us, right? Like ventriloquist prank, Eli suggested weakly. Some dude in the bushes throwing his voice into the slide. Marcus shook his head slowly. You ever heard anyone throw their voice that well in real life? That wasn't a cartoon. What about a Bluetooth speaker? Eli said, picking at a loose thread on his knee. Like someone stuck it in there earlier and was playing something from their phone. People do prank videos like that. Then where were they? I asked. There was nowhere to hide. We walked around the whole thing. Nobody in the trees, nobody under the bleachers, no footprints. Maybe they ran when you went down, Eli argued, but his tone made it sound like he was trying to convince himself more than me. Like as soon as you dropped in, they bolted. We would have seen that, Marcus said. We were looking. And we didn't hear any running, just you screaming internally. I almost laughed at that, but the sound died before it reached my throat. Could be some weird acoustics thing, I offered, grasping at the word like it was a rope. Like sound bouncing from a house, hitting the slide, changing the way it sounds. Maybe we heard a TV or a kid in another yard, and it just warped. We've lived here how long? Eli shot back. We've been on that slide since we were like 5. We've never heard anything sound like that. He wasn't wrong. We knew every bark of every dog, every cough of every air conditioner, every snatch of music that drifted on the air when someone had a window open. None of that had ever crawled inside the slide like that voice did. We kept circling the same ideas, bumping into the same walls. Prank, speaker, echo, older kids, our own imaginations. None of it accounted for the absence of the most basic things: running feet, retreating shapes, parents crying. It was easier to talk about it like a puzzle than to admit the other thing we were all thinking, but not saying that we had asked a question and something had answered us. I became painfully aware of every sound in and around the house as we whispered. Every so often a car rolled past at the end of the street. Its engine noise swelled briefly, then faded. Once, a neighbor's AC unit on the far side of the fence kicked on with a heavy thunk, followed by a low vibrating whir that hummed in my teeth. Somewhere far away, farther than the next block, closer than the highway, a dog barked twice sharp and hollow, then cut off like someone had snapped a switch. None of those noises were new. I had fallen asleep to that dog's voice more times than I could count. The difference tonight was me. Instead of sliding over me and disappearing, every sound stuck, catching on the raw place in my mind where the voice in the slide had carved something out. Despite the familiarity of my own backyard, I could not shake the feeling that we were still being watched. And it wasn't the house that made me feel that way. The back wall of the house at my shoulder felt solid, heavy with furniture drywall, plumbing the weight of my parents' routines. Whatever was making my skin crawl was on the other side of the fence, the alley. I glanced toward the gate. It stood in the middle of the back fence, a simple wooden rectangle held together with black metal brackets. The latch was on our side, an old squeaking hook and eye that you had to lift just right so it wouldn't stick. Over the years, the wood around it had splintered a bit, the paint rubbed off by hands and time. Where the gate met the neighboring fence post, there was a small vertical gap, maybe half an inch wide, where the boards didn't quite line up. When I was younger, I used to press my eye to that crack to spy on the alley. I'd watch my neighbor's cat thread its way along the narrow strip of weeds. I'd count the garbage cans. Sometimes I'd wait for the mailman to pass by and imagine what it was like to know where everyone's secrets went. I hadn't thought about that gap in a long time. Tonight, though, I could feel it like a thin open eye in the wood, even without looking directly at it. The idea of walking over and taking a peek made my skin prickle. It was not a clear thought, not something fully formed like someone is out there. It was more like the way you know not to touch a hot stove, even if the burner looks dark. I told myself I was being ridiculous. This was my backyard. The same cracked steps, the same porch light, the same fence that had been here since I was in kindergarten. It was late. We were spooked. Our brains were throwing shadows over everything they could grab. I looked away from the gate, forcing my eyes back to my friends. Eli was rubbing his palms up and down his jeans like he was trying to wipe away something sticky that wasn't there. Marcus kept glancing toward the alley in short, quick flicks of his eyes, as if he couldn't stop himself, but also didn't want to commit to a full look. Tomorrow I heard myself say it's going to sound less crazy. What the slide, Eli asked. All of it, I said. We'll laugh about how freaked out we got. We'll come up with some perfectly boring explanation. It'll be fine. Yeah, Eli agreed, immediately, eager to grab onto any future where this was funny instead of horrifying. Totally. Marcus didn't say anything. He just exhaled slowly, like someone who had been holding his breath for too long. Behind him, the gate sat in its spot on the fence latch, catching a sliver of yellow porch light, that thin gap beside it opening onto the dark strip of alley. I did not walk over to it. I did not look through. At the time, I told myself that was a sign I was growing up, that I didn't need to peek through every crack like a little kid anymore. Later, I would realize I had just given whatever might have been standing on the other side one more small opportunity to decide how to introduce itself. 3.2, knock knock. We were mid-sentence when the night tapped back. 3 knocks on the backyard gate. Not loud, not frantic, just 3 neat, polite raps spaced out, like whoever was doing it had all the time in the world. Knock, knock, knock. All 3 of us shut up at exactly the same time. The word I had been about to say died halfway up my throat and turned into nothing. Eli's mouth stayed open on a half-formed joke. Marcus froze, with one hand halfway through rubbing his jaw elbow suspended in the air. The sound did not belong to any of the layers we had been listening to. It was not the deep thud of a car door, not the hollow echo of a trash can lid dropping. It was close, 6 feet away, 1 plank of wood away. I could feel the porch light burning above us, a small halo that suddenly felt like a spotlight. Our faces were lit from below by the bounce of that yellow glow off the concrete steps, turning all our expressions into something stranger, like masks. My first thought, the one that came from the version of me that had grown up in this house, was painfully normal. Maybe it was my uncle cutting through the alley on his way home. Maybe it was the older guy who lived 2 doors down behind us, the one who sometimes knocked to ask if my dad had jumper cables or an extra trash bag. My second thought, the one that belonged to the kid who had just slid down an empty slide that had talked, was less generous. No one uses the alley gate at night. My heart started to thud hard enough that I could feel it in my fingertips. I stood up anyway. That automatic politeness all adults try to drill into kids' answer. When someone knocks, don't be rude, overrode the part of me that wanted to pretend we were not back here. Eli's eyes tracked me as I stepped off the porch. Marcus shifted his weight like he was getting ready to move, but didn't know in which direction. The grass was damp against the soles of my sneakers as I crossed the small patch of lawn. The boards of the fence loomed taller as I got closer, their tops jagged, where the wood had splintered a little over time. The metal of the latch was a dull silver smudge in the low light. I stopped just short of the gate. For a moment, I just stood there, every muscle locked, feeling the cool night air on my face and the solid weight of the house at my back. I could hear the refrigerator humming through the wall behind me, steady as a pulse. The bathroom fan upstairs had clicked off, leaving a slightly deeper quiet. "Who is it?" I called. My voice sounded wrong to me, thinner and higher than usual, like it belonged to a recording of me from a few years earlier. There was a brief pause, the kind that is just long enough to be noticeable. Then a woman's voice answered, muffled slightly by the wood, but clearly close. "Hi there," she said. "Were you boys just at the park?" The question hit me harder than the knocks had. I hadn't told anyone where we were going, beyond the vague out we had thrown over our shoulders. Nobody had walked past us on the way home. We had slipped out of the park like we were being chased by an idea more than a person. We had cut down the side of the house, not the front. We were in the backyard. No windows faced directly onto the park from here. No one on the alley side could see the dead end. But this woman asked that question like she already knew the answer and just wanted to hear me say it. Behind me, I heard Eli suck in a breath. The skin on the back of my neck crawled. The porch light buzzed faintly, the sound suddenly too loud, like it was right next to my ear. I glanced over my shoulder. Eli and Marcus were still on the steps, but they had shifted forward, bodies angled toward me. Their faces were pale in the thin light, all the easy color burned out of them. Eli's eyes were wide eyebrows drawn together in a way I had only seen a few times before, once when his little brother had fallen off his bike and split his lip, once when they thought their dog had run away. Marcus's expression was tighter, his lips pressed together. His gaze flicked from me to the gate and back. They looked like they wanted me to answer, and also like they wanted me to stay absolutely silent. I turned back to the gate. I debated opening it. The polite thing, the normal thing, would have been to flip the latch, pull it inward, and face whoever was on the other side, like a decent, if slightly irritated teenager. But every instinct I had balked at the idea of swinging that wood wide and removing the last thin barrier between us and whatever was in the alley. My hand found the latch anyway. The metal was cool and slightly rough under my fingers, the loop of it fitting too neatly in my palm. I held it without lifting. "Were you boys just at the park?" The woman repeated, a touch more emphasis on the last word this time. Her tone was calm, friendly if you didn't listen too closely, the kind of voice you'd expect from someone asking for directions or a cup of sugar. I didn't lift the latch. Instead, muscle memory made another choice. Before I talked to strangers at the back gate, I peeked. I bent slightly, lowering my head toward the familiar vertical gap where the gate met the fence post. The wood smelled faintly of damp and old stain. I brought my eye level with the crack and looked through. The alley swam into view in a narrow slice. Concrete, still damp from the earlier rain, ran in a thin strip straight back behind the row of yards. A line of grass and weeds struggled along the base of the fences. An old trash can sat further down, lit askew a dark mark beneath it, where something had leaked and dried. There was no car parked directly behind our gate. No bike. No movement at the far end, where the weak street lamp cast its patch of cold light. And there, framed perfectly in that thin gap, was the woman. She stood just inches from the gate. Too close. Closer than people usually stand when they knock, as if she had pressed herself up to it. Her face was right at my eye level, like she had known exactly where I would appear. Shoulder-length hair dark and a little stringy hung around her face. In the poor light, her skin looked almost gray, but that could have been the alley's shadow playing tricks. An oversized coat swallowed her shape, the collar turned up slightly as if against a wind that wasn't there. What I remember most is the smile. It was wide. The kind of wide you see in toothpaste commercials, except nothing about it looked like it belonged on a commercial. Her lips were stretched corners, pulled back teeth showing. But the muscles around her eyes weren't doing anything. They sat in her face like two flat coins, reflecting just enough porch light to prove they were open. She was not surprised to see me. She did not jerk in surprise, the way people usually do when they realize someone is peeking back at them. Her gaze was already on the crack unmoving, as if she'd been staring at that tiny gap in the wood long before my eye filled it. Our eyes met. There was no adjustment on her end, no little flinch, no, "Oh, there you are." It felt in a way I still hate thinking about, like she had been waiting for my pupil to slide into place on the other side. I jerked back, without meaning to, my shoulder colliding with the nearest fence board hard enough to make it rattle. Eli half stood from the step. "Who is it?" he whispered. I swallowed. My mouth had gone dry. "No one." I lied, then hurried to correct myself. "I mean, just some lady." The woman's voice came again right on the other side of the wood. "Were you boys just at the park?" she asked for the third time, as if we were the ones being weird by not answering a simple question. Everything in me screamed to deny it, to make this interaction as short and uninteresting as possible. If she was some nosy neighbor, angry about noise, the last thing we needed was a lecture. If she was something else, I didn't want to find out what the follow-up questions would be. "No," I said. "We weren't." My voice cracked on the last word, in a way I hadn't heard it do in months. If she noticed, she didn't comment. A brief silence fell, not the normal kind filled in by background noise. For a second, it was like the neighborhood held its breath with us. The fridge hummed steadily behind me. The porch light buzzed. The distant drone of traffic laid a low blanket under everything. But in the alley on the other side of the gate, there were no footsteps shifting on damp concrete, no rustling fabric, no jingle of keys, no throat being cleared. It was as if the woman had planted herself there and rooted. "Are you sure?" she asked finally. If anything, her tone was even more polite now. Patient. Each word carefully shaped like she was talking to a much younger child. I saw 3 bikes. The hairs on my arms rose. Our bikes were in the driveway, leaning against the side of the house at the front. She couldn't see them from the alley. The only way she could know there were 3 bikes was if she had been somewhere else first. Somewhere with a clear view of Eli's driveway. Somewhere on our street. Somewhere very close to the route we had taken home. Behind me, Eli muttered, "What the hell," under his breath. Marcus didn't say anything, but I could feel his attention, like a physical weight pressing between my shoulder blades. I stood there, one hand still resting on the latch, listening to the tiny electrical buzz of the porch light and the far-off growl of a truck on the highway. And for the second time that night, I realized something important. The slide hadn't been the last place someone could watch us without being seen. 3.3. Smile at the crack. No, I said again, forcing each word out like it weighed something. We weren't at the park. I do not know why I emphasized it. Maybe I thought that if I sounded certain enough, she would believe me. Maybe some kid part of my brain thought I could still avoid getting in trouble, even though I had no idea who this woman was or what trouble meant in this situation. Either way, the moment the words left my mouth, a wave of shame washed over me, absurd and hot. I felt like a 10-year-old caught lying about eating cookies before dinner. Except this time, the adult on the other side of the scolding wasn't a parent or a teacher. She was a stranger who had somehow tracked our path from the park to my backyard. The woman did not scold me, though. Her voice lost none of its cheer. "Okay," she said, bright and easy. "Thanks anyway." That should have been the end of it. That's the kind of sentence people say when they're about to leave. I braced myself for the sounds that are supposed to come next. The shuffle of feet turning away, the dull thud of shoes on damp concrete, the faint rustle of a coat as someone walks off into the dark. Instead, there was nothing. No footsteps, no shift of weight, no jangle of keys, no car door opening, no cough. The alley side of the gate stayed as silent as if no one had ever been there at all. Behind me, the house went on doing house things. The fridge hummed. Somewhere upstairs, a floorboard creaked as one of my parents rolled over in their sleep. The porch light above us buzzed with that insect-like whine, a constant tiny scream. I realized I was holding my breath without meaning to. Then the wood beside my face made a sound. It was small, but in that stillness, it felt enormous. A soft, slow scrape, starting somewhere above the level of my eye and dragging downward. The kind of sound you get when something hard, a fingernail, a ring, the edge of a key is drawn lightly along rough wood. It traveled down the planks in a narrow line right next to where I stood. It was not fast, not impatient. It was deliberate, testing, like someone tracing the shape of the gate or following the path my gaze had taken through the crack. Every muscle in my body locked. I absolutely knew, at a level below, thought that the worst thing I could do was put my eye back to that gap. I did it anyway. Curiosity is a nice word for whatever force makes you look at the thing you know you shouldn't. This didn't feel like curiosity. It felt like a hook in my ribs tugging me forward, like whatever was on the other side had left a space for me and was now quietly asking me to please step back into it. I bent down again. The wood smelled sharper up close, the raw scent of freshly disturbed grain mixing with the damp air. My skin crawled as I lowered my face toward the crack, but my eye lined up with it all the same. The alley looked the same as it had a minute ago. The damp concrete, the strip of struggling weeds, the smeared dark patch under the distant trash can, and the woman. She hadn't moved. Same place, same distance, same posture. She stood directly in front of the gate, so close that if I pushed my fingers through the gap, I would probably brush her coat. Her smile had not changed. It was still stretched wide, the corners pulled too far back, teeth showing, in a way that wasn't quite a grin, wasn't quite a grimace. Her cheeks didn't bunch up. The skin around her eyes did not crinkle. Her eyes themselves were locked on the crack with horrifying precision. If I had not come back to look, if I had forced myself to step away and never turned around again, I am still convinced she would have been standing there exactly the same way, staring at that strip of nothing waiting. I felt my throat go dry. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I could hear my pulse in my ears, a low, thick thud-thud-thud that barely covered the buzzing of the light. Behind me, Eli whispered, "Is she gone?" His voice made me jump. It sounded too close, too human. I jerked away from the gate, like it had burned me. The boards rattled under the sudden movement. I straightened up so fast my vision swam for a second, black creeping in at the edges. "Yeah," I said before my brain could catch up. "She left." The lie came out smoother this time, probably because it was for them, not for her. I could not let them know she was still there. Saying it out loud would make it too real, too big, to shove into the corner of my mind where I was already trying to stuff everything that had happened that night. I took a step back, then another. The space between me and the gate grew, but it didn't feel like enough. The wooden planks seemed suddenly thinner, less solid. A few minutes ago, they'd been just part of the backyard. Now, they felt like a mask over a face I did not want to see uncovered. I retreated until my heels hit the edge of the concrete slab by the steps. Eli and Marcus had already stood up, as though my lie had physically pulled them backward without their consent. We huddled closer together, without meaning to, instinctively clustering in the small circle of porch light like moths unsure if the bulb would burn them. The house behind us, which had always been my definition of safe, felt flimsy now. Cardboard, not brick and timber. The noises it made, the hum of the fridge, the distant whoosh of air through the vents seemed louder, almost too loud, like it was trying to drown out any sound from outside. "We should go in," Marcus said quietly. There was no argument. I fished my keys out of my pocket with hands that shook just enough to make the metal clink. The back door was one of those old wooden ones with a sticky lock that you had to wiggle a little to get right. I forced the key in as gently as I could, so it wouldn't scrape loudly. Turned. It felt the old deadbolt give, with a soft clunk. When I opened the door, the familiar smell of the kitchen spilled out leftover dinner. Something with garlic and onion mingled with dish soap, and the faint stale smell of the sponge in the sink. The overhead lights were off, but the small lamp over the stove cast a gentle glow across the counter, catching the edges of a few unwashed plates and a glass with a film of milk at the bottom. We slipped inside like burglars, each trying to place our feet where the floorboards were least likely to creak. I closed the door behind us, turning the deadbolt again, the sound of it sliding into place much too soft to be comforting. The kitchen clock ticked on the wall each second, a precise little click that made the silence feel crowded. The cable box in the living room flashed its blue digital time in an empty room. 10:47 p.m. We didn't even talk about what to do next. We just moved through the kitchen and into the living room, drawn toward the screen like it was some kind of hearth. The TV was already on a trivia game show, playing reruns with the volume turned low. The colors looked too bright, everyone's smiles too big. I grabbed the remote and turned it up one notch, just enough so the voices would fill the room without being loud enough to wake anyone upstairs. None of us suggested splitting up. Eli did not mutter something about going home. Marcus didn't mention that his parents might be wondering where he was. They just kicked off their shoes and collapsed onto the carpeted floor in front of the couch. I sank down next to them, back against the base of the couch, staring at the TV without really seeing it. The living room lamp stayed on, not bright, but not off. A soft, steady cone of light lit the coffee table, the stack of magazines on one corner, the half-finished puzzle my mom had been working on earlier in the week. No one reached for the switch. At some point, my mom came halfway down the stairs, saw the glow from the TV, and asked if we knew what time it was. I called back, some vague answer about just finishing a game, and promised we would keep it down. She sighed, told us not to stay up all night, and retreated without really looking into the room. The night stretched. I don't remember when Eli and Marcus drifted off. It happened in phases, less talking, slower responses, eyelids heavy. Eventually, their breathing settled into that deeper, slower rhythm that meant their bodies had decided to ignore everything their minds were trying to process. I did not sleep. Every time the fridge in the kitchen cycled off, the sudden drop in background noise felt like a trap. The second of pure quiet that followed before my ears could adjust was a tiny cliff edge I dangled over again and again. In that fraction of silence, I waited. Waited for 3 neat, polite knocks on the back door this time. Waited for a voice to thread through the wall from the yard, asking if we had been at the park. Waited for the TV to flicker and show something that wasn't part of the game show at all. Nothing came. The fridge hummed back to life. The house exhaled. The host on the screen made a rehearsed joke and laughed at his own punchline. I realized my hands were clenched in the blanket I had pulled over my legs, fingers aching. At some point, maybe around dawn, my body convinced itself to shut down for an hour or two. It felt less like sleep and more like a blackout. When I opened my eyes again, gray light was seeping around the edges of the living room curtains, flattening the colors. Eli was snoring softly. Marcus's arm was thrown over his eyes. The previous night slid back into my mind in one heavy piece. Normally, on summer mornings, my first thought was breakfast, cereal cartoons, maybe a shower, if my mom nagged me enough. That morning, my first thought was the gate. "I'll be right back," I muttered, even though neither of them was awake enough to hear me. I padded through the kitchen, the linoleum cool under my bare feet. The house smelled like coffee and toast now. My dad must have been up already. I could hear the faint sound of the shower upstairs. I unlocked the back door as quietly as I could and stepped out into the backyard. In the early light, everything looked smaller and more harmless. The fence was just boards. The grass was just grass. Dew clung to the blades, soaking the cuffs of my pajama pants. Birds chattered in someone's tree. The alley seen over the fence was empty. No woman, no car, just the same strip of concrete, the same weeds, the same distant trash can. The street lamp at the far end was off now, its bulb dull and indifferent. For a second, I almost convinced myself that I had imagined the whole thing. That maybe I had fallen asleep in Eli's basement, and all of it, the slide, the voice, the knock, had been one long, complicated nightmare. Then I saw the marks. They were on the gate at about the same height as my eye. 4 or 5 vertical lines close together, carved into the wood where the boards met. They were fresh. The exposed wood under the weathered surface was lighter raw and slightly fuzzy around the edges, as if whatever had made them had only done so a few hours ago. They started just above my eye level and dragged down several inches, stopping near where my nose would have been if I had pressed my face against that spot. I reached out without thinking and ran my fingers over them. The grooves were shallow but real, just deep enough for my nails to catch. Tiny splinters pricked the pads of my fingers. The wood felt rough and new, they're not yet worn down by rain and time. I saw, in a brief, unwelcome flash of imagination, a hand ringed maybe, or with long nails resting on the gate right where my face had been. Sliding down slowly, so carefully that I'd only heard a faint scrape. I pulled my hand back. The urge to call for my dad to drag him out here and show him the scratches rose up strong. I pictured his face, the frowned confusion, then the slightly amused suspicion. Probably just kids messing around in the alley, he would say. We'll put a better lock on the gate. He'd talk about calling the neighbor, or maybe the town complain about people having no respect for property. If I told him about the woman's question, about the way she had been staring at the crack, about the fact that she knew how many bikes we had, that would be different. His face would shift. My mom would get that tight look around her mouth. They would ask me why I hadn't come to get them. They would ask if I'd been watching some horror movie I wasn't supposed to. And none of it would change the facts. The slide had talked. The gate had been knocked on. Someone or something had dragged something hard down the wood at my eye level. I was just at the park, I heard the voice say again in my head, even though those hadn't been the exact words. I saw 3 bikes. I stood there in the early morning light, my parents moving around inside the house, making coffee and toast and plans for a normal Saturday, and made a decision I did not fully understand yet. I never told them about the woman. I never mentioned the knocks, or the question, or the smile at the crack in the gate. I pressed my palm flat against the scratched wood one more time, then let my hand fall to my side, as if that was enough to push the whole thing down deeper, where it would stay quiet for a while. It did not stay quiet. 4.1. Pretending. It never happened. For a while, it was like Riverside Park had been cut out of our neighborhood with a pair of invisible scissors. It was still physically there, obviously. You could see the faint glow of its lights if you looked down the street at night. If you rode past during the day, the rusting playground was in its usual place, kids hanging off it like nothing had ever been wrong. But for me, Eli, and Marcus, it might as well have been surrounded by crime scene tape. We did not say, "We are never going back there." No one made a rule. It just happened. The next time we all hung out, someone suggested going to the gas station instead. We biked to the Shell by the highway, leaned against the brick wall near the air pump, and drank neon-colored sodas under 2 bright LEDs while cars rolled in and out. A few nights later, we gravitated to the strip mall parking lot, sitting on the low, concrete curb behind the dumpsters, where nobody bothered us. Another time, we ended up on the high school bleachers, even though none of us were technically in high school yet. We just liked the view over the empty field. Riverside was never mentioned as an option. We had a silent agreement not to dissect that night in detail. It hung there between us, a shape we carefully walked around. Sometimes Eli would get close to it, testing the edges. "Hey," he'd say when we passed a completely different playground, "at least we're not going back to the haunted slide." He'd laugh the kind of laugh you throw out like bait, waiting to see if anyone else will bite. Marcus would smirk, shake his head, maybe mutter something about me being dramatic for going down the slide in the first place. The jokes always felt 2 seconds too long, like we were trying to patch over something that didn't want to stay covered. We never told the full story to anyone else. Not to other friends, not to siblings, not to parents. If the night came up, and it did sometimes, usually in fragments, it was only in front of each other, with the volume turned down, and the horror filed off the edges. Remember when that lady at your back gate was all psycho about the park? Remember that creepy "I'm stuck" thing in the slide? That was messed up. We said the words, but never in the right order. Never with all of them in the same room at once. Outside of that small circle, life marched on with the stubbornness only suburbia has. I started freshman year that fall. New building, new schedule, new levels of stress. My world contracted and expanded at the same time. Homework multiplied. Teachers rotated. I discovered that having a crush on someone who had no idea you existed could take up more mental space than any ghost. People started talking about part-time jobs they might get once they were old enough, bagging groceries, scooping ice cream, standing behind the counter at the movie theater. Lunchtime conversations shifted from video games and cartoons to cars and grades and who had tried beer at whose older cousin's house. I tried to act as if nothing about my neighborhood had changed. The streets were the same. The mail still came. Halloween decorations went up early on some lawns, skeletons zip-tied to porch columns, plastic gravestones stuck in flower beds. Nothing in the physical layout of the place had moved an inch. The only thing that had changed really was the way sound hit me. The first time someone slammed a locker behind my head in the crowded school hallway, my whole body flinched, an electric jolt shooting down my spine. The kid laughed and said, "Relax, dude, it's just a locker." And I laughed too, but my heart took a long time to calm down. If a teacher rapped their knuckles on their desk to get the class's attention, my muscles tensed automatically, waiting for a voice that wasn't theirs to follow. When the pipes in the old part of the school knocked, they did that sometimes, when the heat kicked on my brain, flashed back to the hollow ring of the slide. Children's voices were the worst. In most high schools, the sound of little kids is distant, something you hear when you pass a playground on the bus. Ours shared a building with the attached elementary school. There was a thin door at the end of one hallway labeled "Authorized Staff Only," and behind it lived a whole different universe of small chairs and bulletin boards and indoor recess. The cafeteria was separated from the elementary side by nothing but a sliding partition wall that didn't quite reach the ceiling. At lunchtime, if you sat at the right table, you could hear the echo of little kids on the other side, the high-pitched yell of someone winning a game, the chant of a group jumping rope, the sing-song of a teacher trying to regain control. One day, I was halfway through a slice of lukewarm pizza, not really tasting it, when a voice cut through the blur of cafeteria noise. "Come get me." It was a little boy's voice. Clear and excited, probably playing tag. There was laughter in it, a breathless urgency that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the game. My fork stopped halfway to my mouth. My hand stayed frozen, hovering over the plastic tray. The linoleum under my shoes felt like it had turned into the damp sand at the bottom of the slide. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead too bright. "Dude, you okay?" Eli asked, nudging my arm with his elbow. "Yeah," I said automatically, just zoned out. But in my head, the words replayed, layered over a different tone, a different pitch. "Come get me." That night, lying in bed, I caught myself wondering again how different my life would be if I had heard the slide voice as part of a game. If it had been attached to a body, I could see a kid laughing a parent nearby. If it had been mundane instead of whatever it had been. I thought about telling my family something, anything. Not the whole thing, I knew I couldn't get through that without sounding insane, but maybe a piece. "Hey, there's this weird lady who came to the back gate." Or "I think someone might be hanging around the park at night." I pictured my mom's face-first eyes, narrowing hand unconsciously reaching for the dish towel she always seemed to have. She'd worry quietly in the way she did about everything. She'd probably bring it up in little sideways questions for weeks. "You're not going to the park at night, are you? Have you seen anyone strange on your way home?" Then I pictured my dad's reaction, a snort, a shake of the head, a comment about weirdos and kids and their stories. Maybe a suggestion to just stay away from there if it freaks you out so much. None of those outcomes seemed useful. None of them ended with someone going to Riverside and exercising the slide, putting up a sign that said, "Warning, may contain disembodied voices." So I did the simplest thing instead. I decided I would just stay away. It wasn't a solemn vow made in the mirror, nothing dramatic. Just a quiet line drawn in my head. There are other places to go, other benches to sit on, other stretches of sidewalk to ride down. The town had plenty of parks. I didn't need that one. For a while, that almost felt like enough. Distances opened up between me and that night. New classes, new routines, new minor embarrassments to obsess over. The memory dulled at the edges, like a photograph left in the sun. Then one afternoon on the bus, something nudged it back into sharp focus. I was sitting 2 rows from the back head against the cool window, watching the bland sprawl of our town roll past car washes, nail salons, a bakery that had changed names 3 times, but never its menu. Behind me, a cluster of younger kids, middle schoolers maybe, were talking way too loudly, riding the high of not having to be quiet in class. I'm telling you, one of them said, voice cracking, in that way boys' voices do, when they're not quite sure what octave they belong to. We were in the tubes at Oak Ridge, and something said my name. Like right next to my ear, his friend snorted, "You're full of crap." I'm not. I thought it was Tyler, but he was outside. And then it said, "Come on, I'm stuck." And when I turned around, nobody was there. 2 more kids chimed in, half skeptical, half intrigued. Someone suggested maybe it was a girl hiding. Someone else said it was probably just an echo. The conversation slipped into bragging about who could stay in the dark tubes the longest without chickening out. I kept my face turned toward the window eyes, on the reflection of my own expression. Neutral, blank. The way you look when you're listening to people argue about something that doesn't concern you. Oak Ridge Park was 3 streets away from Riverside, newer. The town had put in bright plastic equipment there a few years earlier, complete with multicolored tube tunnels and slides the kind that didn't squeal like metal when you went down them. Parents liked it better. It felt safer. My brain presented me with 2 options and forced me to pick one quickly. Option 1, coincidence. Kids say dumb, creepy things all the time. "Come get me" is the kind of phrase that shows up in tag hide and seek 100 different games. Voices echo weirdly in tubes. Stories spread. One kid scares another kid who scares another, and soon every slide in town has a ghost in it. Option 2, something about that voice, those words, that pattern was spreading, moving, passing from playground to playground, slipping into whatever hollow spaces it could find, testing if anyone would answer. I leaned hard into the first option. I told myself that was the only reasonable choice. The second one left too many doors open in my head, too many dark alleys with gates I did not want to look through again. So I stared out the bus window. I watched the nice, sane, boring world roll past and pretended I did not hear echoes hiding in what other people said. 4, 2. Another city. Same sound. When I left for college, I thought I was leaving everything about that neighborhood behind, including the slide. New state, new area code, new skyline. The campus was in a mid-sized city, big enough for sirens and high-rises, small enough that people still called it downtown, like it was 1 street instead of 10. My dorm was a concrete block with bad paint and worse plumbing, but a part of me loved it anyway. The noise, the constant motion, the way everything around me felt just a little too alive. After freshman year, I moved out of the dorms and into a brick apartment building 3 blocks from a city park. The building had creaky stairs, radiators that hissed like angry cats, and windows that rattled when buses rolled past. There was a laundromat on the corner with a faded sign and machines that always seemed half broken, and a bodega across the street with a flickering neon open that never actually turned off, even at 3 a.m. If you turned right out of my front door and walked 2 blocks, you hit the park. It wasn't anything special, just a rectangle of green carved out of the city grid. Trees planted in exact rows. Metal benches bolted to concrete pads. A basketball court where people played pickup games until the lights shut off. The playground was newer, all bright plastic and rounded edges. No rust, no metal tube slides, just molded plastic tunnels platforms and a pair of shorter open slides. I told myself I had outgrown the fear, that it belonged to the smaller version of me who had lived on a dead-end street under old sodium vapor lamps. I was 20 now. I had papers to write shifts at the campus bookstore group projects to pretend I cared about. I had a roommate who snored and a crush on someone in my statistics class. I lived in a city where noise never really stopped. Riverside felt far away. The slide felt like a story belonging to another person. In my sophomore year, I even told that story once at a dorm party. We were crammed into a too small room, bodies on the floor, on the bed, leaning against the door. Someone had strung up Christmas lights in late October and never taken them down. Music played too loud from a Bluetooth speaker, the bass shaking the thin walls. At some point, the conversation turned to creepy childhood stuff. One girl talked about a house her family swore was haunted. Somebody else had a story about a guy who used to sit in a car outside their elementary school playground and watch. The usual mix of urban legends and things that really happened, but sounded like they shouldn't have. I told the slide story, or a version of it. I left out the part about the woman at the gate, left out the scratches on the wood. I focused on the park the night the voice in the tube. I played up the moment I decided to go down the slide, the empty bottom, the freak out afterward. I even added a joke about how my hero moment was wasted on a slide that didn't have anyone in it. People reacted the way I expected. A few leaned forward, eyes wide, caught up in it. One guy laughed and said, "Dude, that's such a glitch in the Matrix story." Another shrugged and said it was probably just an echo from someone's TV. Afterward, walking home alone, I told myself that was progress. That if I could turn it into a party story, it had lost some of its teeth. Then one night, walking back from a friend's place, the city reminded me how bad I am at pretending things are over. It was late. Not early evening late, real late. The kind of hour where the city feels like it's between breaths. I had stayed too long at my friend's apartment, watching bad movies and half-finishing assignments. When I stepped out of his building, my phone buzzed with a notification, 1:17 a.m. The air was cooler than it had been earlier, but not cold. The streets were damp from a light drizzle that had come and gone while I was inside. The lamps reflected in the wet pavement in long streaks. Somewhere, a helicopter droned over the city, a distant insect circling a bright hive. I could have taken the longer route along the main roads, but the park cut a good 5 minutes off the walk. At that hour, 5 minutes felt like a lot. So I turned toward the trees. The park gates were open because they were always open. The city relied more on unspoken rules than actual barriers. A path of cracked asphalt cut straight across the grass between the street and the playground. The street lights around the park were the harsh white LED kind, but they were spaced out just enough that there were pockets the light didn't quite reach. The basketball court was empty nets, hanging limp. The benches sat in small pools of light like islands. The playground, set a little back from the path, was mostly in shadow. The bright colors of the plastic tunnels and slides looked muted grayish in the half-light. The soundscape was different here from my hometown thicker. The constant hush of the highway had been replaced by overlapping layers, the distant hiss of a bus braking somewhere a few blocks away, a motorcycle revving too loud on a side street, a car alarm chirping once as someone unlocked their doors. Somewhere overhead, the helicopter swung past its blades, chopping the air into a throbbing rhythm. I kept my hands in my jacket pockets, shoulders slightly hunched against the hour, more than the temperature, walking the same path I always took half on autopilot. When I drew level with the playground, a small knock reached me. Just one. A single delicate toke from the direction of the equipment. I stopped walking without meaning to. Plastic, not metal, I told myself immediately. It's plastic. Plastic doesn't ring like that. It can't. The rational part of my brain scrambled to catch up, throwing out options. Maybe it was a squirrel jumping off a railing. Maybe a piece of trash had blown against something. Maybe a tree branch had dropped onto the top of the tunnel. Metal contracts in the cold. The old voice in my head whispered helpfully. Acoustics are weird. You know this. I forced myself to keep moving one foot in front of the other eyes on the path and the next pool of light. My heart had started to pick up speed in my chest, sending little tremors into my fingertips. Then I heard it. Hey. Soft. High. A child's voice. It came from the direction of the playground, but not from the open air. It had that enclosed quality, like someone speaking inside a container. The plastic tunnels were dark mouths against the slightly lighter sky openings in a shape I did not want to map too clearly. 1,000 normal explanations existed. There are always kids in city parks. Maybe someone's family was cutting through late. Maybe a couple of teenagers were hiding behind the structure, messing around, trying out a TikTok prank. I didn't believe any of them. My muscles went rigid. Every instinct I had screamed at me to look to confirm, to make sure there was an actual little body at the source of that sound. Every other instinct, the one that remembered a hollow metal slide on a damp night in New Jersey, insisted I keep my eyes forward. I picked up my pace, just a little, trying to keep it from turning into a run. The park path felt a mile long. The lamp ahead seemed to retreat as I approached it, like one of those dreams where you run and never get anywhere. Behind me, no, not behind me, to the side, to the right, in line with the playground, the voice came again. Come find me. The words reached me, thinned out by distance and the plastic walls of the tunnel. No metallic ring this time. No hollow vibration, but the pattern of the syllables was the same. The shape of them in my ears was the same. Soft greeting. Invitation to come closer. Placed in the air like a test. I did not slow down. My strides stayed even maybe a fraction shorter than before because my knees felt weak. The urge to break into a sprint clawed at my spine. You're 20, I told myself, not 14. You know better. You don't go toward disembodied voices in parks at 1 in the morning. A worse thought followed right behind it. You don't answer them either. As I passed under one of the lamps, the light washed over me in a harsh white flash. It made everything feel exposed. My face, my hands, the back of my neck. I had the sudden, overwhelming impression that whatever had spoken was not just sending the sound out into the park at random. It felt aimed, not like a normal voice echoing outward, growing fainter as it spread. It felt like it had a narrow shape, a line pointed straight at the space my body occupied on that path. Like the tunnel had turned with me, tracking me, even though I refused to look. I made it to the far edge of the park without turning my head. Once I hit the sidewalk, the city swallowed the sound behind me. Car engines, a group of people laughing too loudly on the corner, a distant siren rising and falling. Ordinary urban chaos layered itself over the thin thread of that small voice until I could not tell if I had really heard it or just dragged it along in my skull. I didn't let myself slow down until I reached my building. I fumbled my keys only once, which felt like a small miracle. The front door of the apartment clicked shut behind me with a too loud thud. I locked both the deadbolt and the chain, even though I usually only bothered with one. The hallway smelled like old carpet and someone's leftover curry. For a second, I just leaned back against the door palms, flat on the wood, listening. The building answered me with its usual chorus. The old pipes clanged faintly somewhere inside the walls. My roommate snored from the bedroom, a low, uneven rumble. The fridge in the tiny kitchen rattled to life, compressor humming. No voices, no knocks, no child asking me to find them. I went through the motions, shoes off, jacket, on the back of a chair faucet, on for a glass of water, narrating an explanation in my head the whole time. I was tired. It was late. Kids stay up late in cities. There's probably some apartment across from the park where a kid's bedroom faces the playground and their voice bounces weirdly at night. Maybe they were on a balcony. Maybe I misheard. Maybe it had been 2 separate sentences from 2 different people. That night, I slept badly. When I did fall under my dreams, were thin, stretched out things that snapped easily. The only one that stayed with me was simple and stupid and worse than anything with monsters. In the dream, I was standing in my apartment hallway, looking at my own front door from the inside. The deadbolt was in place. The chain was latched. The cheap white paint looked exactly the way it did in real life, chipped near the bottom where someone had kicked it once. There was a crack between the door and the frame, just wide enough for a sliver of darkness and the suggestion of an eye-level gap. I bent down, not because I wanted to, but because something pulled me and put my eye to that thin strip of space. On the other side, as if she had been there the whole time waiting, was the woman from my parents' alley. Same gray-tinged skin, same hair, same wide, unchanged smile. Her eye filled the gap, perfectly staring back at me from a few inches away. I woke up with my heart racing and the taste of splintered wood in my mouth. 3. The news story. He almost ignored. The first time I heard that Riverside Park was going to lose its slide, I was standing in the same kitchen where I'd lied about a woman at the back gate. I was home for a long weekend, the kind you take in college when you're half broke, and the idea of doing laundry for free is almost as appealing as seeing your parents. My beat-up college car, a sun-faded sedan that rattled when it idled, sat crooked in the same driveway where we used to drop our bike's nose, almost touching the garage door. Inside, the house hadn't changed much. Same magnets on the fridge. Same photo of me and my sister in Halloween costumes from a decade ago. Same kitchen table, a little more scratched. My dad was at work. My mom moved around the kitchen with the same distracted efficiency as always, unloading the dishwasher while also scrolling through her phone and mentally planning dinner. The TV was on in the corner, as it always was, tuned to the local news channel. The sound was low, just enough to be background noise, a comforting murmur of traffic reports, weather predictions, and small-town scandals. I was half listening, half zoning out, leaning against the counter with a mug of coffee warming my hand. And in other town news, the anchor said, cheerful but bored. The council has approved a budget for upgrades to several of our neighborhood playgrounds after, quote, maintenance concerns and minor safety complaints. Graphics slid onto the screen, a list of park names, stock footage of swings moving in the breeze. Work will begin this fall at Oak Ridge Maple Grove and Riverside Park, she continued. Old equipment at these locations will be removed and replaced with newer, safer units. My brain caught on one word, like it had snagged on a nail. Riverside. The screen cut to a short clip of the park. It was obviously old footage filmed sometime in late summer. The cameras panned past the field, the bleachers, then briefly caught the playground, the metal skeleton still there, slide, and all looking smaller than it had in my memories. I brought the coffee to my lips and didn't drink. They cut to a city worker in a neon safety vest being interviewed on the grass. He had the practiced, bland face of someone who had been told to smile by 3 different people. The older metal equipment is just reaching the end of its lifespan, he said. We've had a few minor injuries, rust issues, and some complaints from neighbors about strange noises at night. He chuckled, shaking his head a little. You know how it is, he added. Some folks think the old slide's haunted. The anchor laughed politely over the clip as they cut back to her at the desk. Well, whether or not our parks have ghosts, she said parents can expect shiny new equipment in the coming months. In the meantime, residents are advised to keep an eye on kids around older structures. My hand was frozen halfway to my mouth. The coffee's surface barely rippled, but I could see the slight tremor in my fingers reflected in it. Haunted slide? My mom scoffed, dropping a plate into the cabinet with more force than necessary. People will complain about anything if they think it gets them new stuff. Watch, they'll raise taxes and your father will lose his mind. She kept talking something about property values, about how the Oak Ridge upgrades were overdue, but her words blurred into the background buzz of the house. My ears were still tuned to a voice from years ago saying, I'm stuck. Too slow. I could have let it go there. I almost did. It could have been just another weird little overlap between my past and the town's present. Kids hear things. Neighbors complain. City workers joke on camera. Slides get replaced, but the idea of the metal slide being quietly taken apart and hauled away without me knowing anything more about it, about what might have been lodged in its history, scratched at something inside me. Later that afternoon, after my dad got home and retreated to the living room with the remote and a sigh, I ended up in the garage. The door was open, letting in a sliver of late daylight. Dust motes hung in the air, drifting through beams of sun that slanted down from the high window. The concrete floor was still stained with the same oil spots from cars long gone. Lawn tools hung in their usual places. Cardboard boxes were stacked along one wall, some neatly labeled, others left with the vague promise of misc scrawled on the sides. My dad kept everything. old school projects, broken electronics, for parts yellowing newspapers from events he decided were historically important. I used to make fun of him for it. That day, I was grateful. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for. I told myself I was killing time rummaging to see if any of my childhood junk was still here. My hands apparently had a different mandate. I opened a box, marked papers, old, and rifled through the contents. Property tax forms, flyers, a pizza menu from 6 years ago. Near the bottom, a neat stack of local newspapers folded in on themselves. I pulled one out more out of habit than curiosity, and the headline on the front page hit me in a way the date didn't. Local boy missing from city playground. The paper was older than I was, the print slightly faded. A photo took up most of the space below the headline. A little boy, 4 years old, according to the caption, caught mid-laugh at the top of a slide. Dark hair sticking up in messy tufts. One hand gripping the metal bar, the other thrown out like he was about to push himself forward. The slide behind him was metal. You could tell from the way the light flashed off its surface. It curved down out of frame in a familiar smooth arc. My stomach turned. I scanned the paragraphs, eyes stumbling over words. Disappeared from Brookside Park shortly after 4 p.m. Mother turned to speak to another parent. Last seen near the playground equipment. Extensive searches of the park and surrounding neighborhoods. No sign of foul play at this time. I flipped the paper over and back again, searching for the date like it would change something. The year was before we ever moved into this house. Before Riverside was our park. Before I was born. Under the photo in that small line where newspapers condense entire lives into one word was the boy's name, and in parentheses, his age followed by his mother's. Pictured Daniel Hayes, 4, with his mother Claire. I read the name twice. Claire Hayes. A generic enough name, the kind that could belong to a dozen different people in a town this size. It wouldn't have meant anything to me, except that my brain immediately pulled up another image, another bit of text from a different angle of my old life. A cardboard Amazon box, slightly damp from a rainy day, crammed into the mailbox on the alley side of a house behind ours. I'd noticed it once while we were cutting through the alley. As teenagers, the label facing outward by chance. I'd read it without thinking. Claire H. The rest, cut off by the way the cardboard folded, but the letters that were visible had stuck for no good reason. I had just liked the rhythm of the name at the time. Now, the letters in the faded ink on the newspaper and the half memory from the mailbox clicked together in my head. The house whose mailbox I'd peeked at backed onto the same alley as our yard. The same alley where a woman had stood too close to my gate, smiling at a crack in the wood, asking if we'd been at the park. The same alley where she'd said softly, "I saw 3 bikes." I thought about the city worker joking on TV, about strange noises at night, about Riverside Slide being haunted. I thought about a woman whose 4-year-old had vanished from a different metal slide years before I was old enough to set foot in Riverside. About what that kind of loss would do to a person. About whether you'd ever really stop listening for your child's voice in every echoing tunnel and tube in every park within driving distance. The newspaper crinkled in my grip. It was almost comforting for a second to imagine that the woman at the gate had been nothing more than a grief-sick parent chasing ghosts through the neighborhood, seeing her son in every pack of kids on bikes. That her questions had been about the living and not about whatever lived in that slide. Then I remembered the way she had been standing, directly in front of the crack. staring at the sliver of space before I even put my eye to it, scraping her nails, or ring, or key down the wood at my eye level, slow and deliberate. People dream of their missing children. People look for them everywhere. People knock on doors and ask questions. They do not usually stand motionless in the dark at the back of a stranger's house, smile pinned in place, and act like they already know where you've been. I put the newspaper back in the box more gently than I'd taken it out, sliding it under the other papers as if tucking it in. Dust floated up in a thin cloud. The garage door rattled faintly as a truck drove past outside. For a long minute, I just stood there, listening to the muffled sounds of my parents moving around inside the house. My mom opening cabinets. My dad clearing his throat in front of the TV. I didn't bring the clipping up at dinner. I didn't mention the newscast. I didn't ask my parents if they remembered the missing boy, or the mother who'd lived or still lived in one of the houses backing the alley. It was easier somehow to almost ignore the story, to let it sit folded in a box in the garage layered under old property tax bills and coupons, like a bone buried beneath a lawn that looks perfectly normal from the street. But from that day on, whenever I thought about the woman at the gate, I stopped thinking of her as a random neighbor, and I stopped being able to tell where the human part of that night ended and whatever else had been watching us at the park began. 5.1. The New Slide. The first time I saw Riverside again as an adult, it was almost by accident. I had finished whatever flimsy excuse I had given myself for coming home that weekend, seeing my parents pretending to help my dad with some minor repair, and was killing time before heading back to campus. The sun was out the sky, one of those sharp blue autumn skies New Jersey gets for about 3 days a year. I got in my car, backed out of the driveway, and instead of turning toward the highway, I turned toward the dead end. Old muscle memory, I guess. The houses looked smaller. The maples lining the street had grown taller, their leaves just starting to shift from green to yellow. A couple of the lawns had new landscaping. One had a little free library box out front. Another had a for sale sign stabbed into the grass, the corners of the flyer curling. At the end of the road, Riverside Park appeared, the way it always had, a rectangle of open space framed by trees, the ground sloping slightly away from the street. Only it wasn't the same. I parked along the curb like any random person using the park and turned off the engine. The quiet that followed was immediately filled by the park's daytime sounds. Kids, dozens of them, laughing, shouting, squealing. The high-pitched shrieks of someone going down a slide too fast. The rhythmic creak of a swing set. Somewhere a dog barked in short, excited bursts. A loose basketball bounced, hit a rim with a hollow clank, then rolled across pavement. I got out of the car and walked to the thin strip of sidewalk that ran along the fence line. Riverside had been upgraded. The cracked blacktop near the entrance was gone, replaced by smoother asphalt and a painted crosswalk. The old wooden bleachers that used to splinter at the slightest touch had been replaced by cleaner metal ones. The baseball backstop had a fresh coat of bright green paint, no rust bleeding through yet. There were new trash cans with lids that actually closed, and the playground. The playground was not mine anymore. Where the rusted metal skeleton had once stood there was now a bright plastic city. Primary colors exploded from the mulch-covered ground. Red slides, blue platforms, yellow climbing bars. Everything was rounded, softened. No hard edges, no chipped paint. It looked like a toy commercial come to life. The old metal tube slide was gone. In its place, on roughly the same patch of ground, stood a low, open slide, maybe 6 feet tall at most. It curved gently into a wide U and emptied onto a thick layer of rubberized matting. Beside it, a cheerful little plastic climbing wall, handholds shaped like stars and circles. I stood by the fence hands in my jacket pockets, trying not to feel like an idiot. On paper, this was nothing. A man in his 20s back in his hometown for a weekend stops to look at the park where he spent his childhood. That's practically the opening scene of a sentimental commercial. If you take away everything I had heard in that metal tube, this could have been a sweet, nostalgic moment. Instead, my skin felt too tight. Kids swarmed over the new equipment. A little girl in a pink jacket dangled from the monkey bars, while a woman I assumed was her mother stood nearby, coffee cup in hand, calling encouragement. A group of slightly older boys chased each other around the base of the structure shoes, kicking up misty clouds of mulch. My eyes unhelpfully kept trying to superimpose the old layout over the new. There, where the open slide now sat, had been the base of the tube. If I closed my eyes, I could still feel the way the sand had given under my heels when I dropped out of it. If I stared too long, I could almost see the faint outline of where the old support poles had sunk into the ground. A small boy, maybe 4 or 5, clambered up the plastic steps to the new slide. He had on a blue hoodie with some cartoon character on it, jeans with grass stains on the knees. His dad stood at the bottom, arms half open, ready to catch him just in case. The boy turned at the top, grinning, looking down at his dad, as if the slide were a mountain and he was a conqueror planting a flag. "Catch me," he yelled, and pushed himself forward. 2 words tossed into the air in the most normal way possible. For 1 heartbeat, though, I did not hear them normally. In my head, they doubled. The daytime shout from the plastic slide and a faint memory of a different voice, smaller, flatter, carrying a metallic ring overlapped. It was like listening to 2 recordings play half a second apart. The bright edge of the catch twisted, warped, picked up a hollow undertone. The open slide and the dark mouth of a tube blurred into one image. Catch me. Too slow. The kid slid down and crashed into his dad's arms, both of them laughing. The dad spun him once, almost losing his balance in the mulch, then set him back on his feet. The boy immediately scrambled back up to do it again. I realized I had taken an involuntary step backward. My shoulders hit the chain link fence with a faint rattle. The metal was cool through my jacket. I sucked in a breath that smelled like cut grass, wet soil sunscreen, and something sugary, probably juice from someone's spilled pouch. On the bench nearest to where I was standing, a woman in a gray hoodie glanced over at me. She had that look every parent I've ever known gets when they notice an adult man at a playground, with no kid in sight, wary assessing. I could see the question in her eyes, even from a distance. Who is he here? With guilt flared irrational and sharp, even though I hadn't done anything except exist at the edge of a public space. My body apparently had decided to add being observed by anxious parents to the list of things it couldn't handle. I gave her a quick, tight smile, the universal just passing through, not a threat expression, and backed away from the fence. As I turned toward my car, the park sounds washed over me again. The squeal of someone going down the slide too fast, the bark of an excited dog, a stroller wheel hitting a crack, a parent calling a name Daniel not so high that made my heart skip once before I reminded myself that a lot of boys are named Daniel, that not every name is a message. The rational part of me knew exactly how this scene would look from above a neat, colorful layout of safe equipment. Children burning off energy, adults keeping watch. A success story for the town council's budget meeting. The haunted slide theory solved with paint and plastic. From the sidewalk level, all I could see was an absence. The old metal slide was gone. The bolts that had held it to the ground were either dug up or buried under rubber and mulch. Whatever sounds it had once carried at night had nowhere to go now. No hollow tube, no echoing curve. Something in me relaxed at that thought. Something else tightened. As I pulled the car door open and slid inside, I caught one last glance of the playground in the rearview mirror. A kid stood at the top of the new slide, gripping the rails, his back to me. For a fraction of a second, the angle of his shoulder, the tilt of his head matched the mental image that had been lodged in my brain since I was 14. A small silhouette at the top of a different slide, one hand resting on the metal bar, watching us leave. I blinked. In the mirror, the boy hopped down, shouting something about wanting to go to the swings next. His dad followed, shaking his head. I started the car. As I pulled away from the curb, embarrassment burned hot under my skin. For coming here. For standing alone by a playground, like some ghost of my own childhood, waiting for the park to acknowledge me. For reacting to a kid's ordinary shout like it was a message from something that should have been buried with the old equipment. By the time I turned the corner and Riverside disappeared behind the row of houses, the familiar steady hum of the engine and the feel of the steering wheel under my hands had almost pushed the park back into the category of dumb detour. Almost. Even as I merged onto the main road, something in me stayed behind, standing near the fence, staring at a space where rusted metal had once risen from the sand, listening for a voice that might not have needed a slide anymore to find me. 5.2. The old maintenance records. I could have left it at the new slide. I could have driven away, filed Riverside under places that used to bother me, and let the memory sink another layer deeper under all the adult noise I'd built up since. Instead, a few days later, I found myself pushing open the glass doors of the municipal building. The lobby smelled exactly the way I remembered from school field trips, like burnt coffee paper and that particular brand of institutional cleaner that never quite manages to erase the underlying mustiness. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a flat bluish glaze over everything. Beige walls, beige tile, beige chairs with metal legs that screeched when anyone moved them. A slow-moving ceiling fan churned the already tired air in lazy circles. A bulletin board on one wall sagged under the weight of outdated flyers, blood drive zoning notice lost dog from 3 months ago. At the main counter behind a pane of slightly clouded plexiglass sat a clerk whose posture suggested she had long since surrendered to the building's pace. She wore a plastic name tag with her first name in big letters and her last name in smaller ones, and she tapped on a keyboard like she was killing time rather than entering data. She glanced up when I approached, eyebrows lifting a millimeter in acknowledgement. "Can I help you?" She asked, the words automatic. "I hope so," I said, trying to sound casual, like people came in every day with reasons like mine. "I grew up here, and I'm working on this personal project. Like a piece about how the town's changed since I was a kid, especially the parks." Her expression didn't change much, but something about personal projects seemed to move me from possible problem to mild inconvenience. She sat up a little straighter. "What were you looking for exactly?" she said. "Maintenance records, I guess. For the parks. Repairs, renovations. Stuff like that. I heard Riverside got redone, and I don't know. I thought it might be interesting to see the paper trail." Even as I said it, I knew how flimsy it sounded. But it was also technically true. I just wasn't about to lead with I think something that used to talk to me in a slide might have outlived the slide. She blinked at me once, then nodded, resigned. Public records room is downstairs, she said, pointing with a pen toward a hallway. End of the hall on the right. Some of the newer stuff is digital, but older reports are still in boxes. There's a sign-in sheet on the door. You can't take anything out of the room, but you can make copies for a fee or take pictures. Got it, I said. Thank you. The basement hallway felt even more tired than the lobby. The fluorescent lights here flickered occasionally as if threatening to give up. The air was cooler, edged with the dampness old buildings collect underground. A faint hum came from somewhere fan servers, maybe both. The public records room door was propped open with a rubber wedge. A handwritten sign taped to it read, "Public Records. Please sign in." A clipboard hung from a nail. I scrawled my name on the sheet without thinking about how familiar my handwriting would look to this building if anyone cared to compare it to old forms. Inside the room was half storage closet, half ghost of an office. Shelves lined the walls, sagging slightly under the weight of cardboard boxes labeled in black marker by year and category. Parks, zoning, permits. In one corner, an old desktop computer hummed on a metal desk, its tower case yellowed with age. The monitor showed a screensaver, bouncing the logo of the operating system around at a sluggish pace. An ancient window unit AC rattled in the single high window, pushing out air that was technically cooler, but smelled like old dust. The silence had its own hum paper resting on paper, time settling in boxes. I found the park section and ran my fingers along the labeled spines of the boxes. 2002, 2004, 2005, 2007. I pulled out the one that matched the year I had been 14 and set it carefully on the small central table, its surface nicked and stained with coffee rings. The box lid came off with a soft cardboard rasp. Inside manila folders stood in neat ranks, tabs labeled with park names, and a few brief notes. Oak Ridge, Brookside, Riverside. My hand hesitated for a second over the Riverside tab before I pulled it out. The folder was thicker than I expected. I sat down, laid it flat, and started flipping through. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect in the life of a small park. Graffiti reports, obscene language spray painted on dugout wall, removed by staff, broken equipment, chain on second swing snapped, replaced, trash complaints, overflowing bin after weekend picnic, increased pickup schedule. It was almost comforting in a way to see how much of the town's energy went into such ordinary, boring problems. Then I hit an entry that made my throat tighten. Date early summer, the year I was 14, just a few weeks before the night at the slide. Subject, resident complaint. Unusual noises at Riverside Park Playground after dark. The typed report was short-clipped in that way official documents are. Resident reports hearing children's voices and banging noises originating from playground structures between approximately 10:00 p.m. and 12:00 a.m. on multiple occasions. States that no children observed in park at time. Describes voices as like kids playing on the slide. Patrols conducted on 2 separate nights during reported time frame. No individuals observed on site. No evidence of vandalism or forced entry into park. Structures inspected. No loose components found that would account for noises described. Recommendation park patrols to continue on random schedule. Consider additional lighting in playground area and inclusion of existing equipment in long-term replacement plan. My pulse thudded in my ears as I read it again slower. Children's voices, banging from structures. No one there. The language was so dry, it might as well have been about a squeaky hinge. But underneath it, I could feel the shape of someone's unease filtered through the typewriter. I flipped further. There were more entries, routine inspections, budget notes, graffiti. Then a few years later, the tone shifted. Subject equipment assessment, Riverside Park. Inspection of metal slide structure indicates significant corrosion at base supports and joints. Risk of injury due to potential structural failure over next 3 to 5 years. Recommend removal and replacement with compliant equipment per updated safety guidelines. In the margin, in parentheses, someone had added in smaller type note removal, also addresses repeated community complaints, re-noises, associated with slide after dark. The quotation marks around noises might as well have been someone rolling their eyes in ink. My fingers dug into the edges of the paper. Slide, noises, plural, complaints. It wasn't just one person calling in once. It had happened enough that whoever wrote the note felt comfortable summarizing it like an annoying rumor. The room felt quieter than before, pressed in by the boxes on all sides. I turned the page again and found a stapled handwritten sheet attached to the formal report with a rusting staple. The ink was slightly smudged, the handwriting narrow and cramped, not meant for public-facing anything, probably just a crew member's notes. I had to squint to make some of it out. Spoke, but your neighbors, backing onto park, recent complaints, it said. Most report occasional teen activity noise, etc. Nothing unusual. One woman on Riverside Ave back of address says she hears a kid calling, "Come get me," at odd hours. States no kids outside. Sound carries from playground direction. Appears upset. Advised to contact PD if voice is heard again during off hours. The address was written clearly. The numbers and street names sat there on the page like they had been waiting for me. I knew that address. I had walked past the front of that house 100 times as a teenager. I had seen its mailbox in the alley, the one with the Amazon box stuffed in it. I had seen part of the name on an old package. Claire H. The same street, the same park. A woman who heard a kid's voice calling, "Come get me," at odd hours. The fluorescent light above me flickered once, buzzing a little louder, then settled. I realized my hand was shaking as I reached into my pocket for my phone. The plastic case felt slick under my fingers. I opened the Notes app and started copying the relevant lines as accurately as I could. Resident reports, hearing children's voices and banging noises from slide after dark. Patrols found no one present. Note removal addressing repeated complaints about noises. Handwritten woman on Riverside Ave, back of address, Chi X. Here's kid calling, "Come get me," at odd hours. No kids outside. Sound from playground direction. My thumb hovered over the screen for a second as I added one more line, one that wouldn't have made sense to anyone reading it cold. Same house backing alley behind my yard. The AC unit in the window rattled, then gave a small cough as it kicked to a higher setting. The air in the room shifted, stirring a layer of dust. Somewhere down the hallway, a door opened and closed, the sound faint and distant. In the files in front of me, the town had done what towns do with things that don't make sense. They had folded the reports under more practical language: corrosion safety concerns, equipment lifespan. They had dispatched patrols, found nothing, and eventually replaced the offending object with something smoother, brighter, easier to explain. But tucked into the margins in parentheses and handwriting were pieces of my own memory written out by strangers. Children's voices, banging for metal, a kid asking to be found when no kids were outside. I closed the folder more gently than I meant to, as if the papers might make noise if I moved too fast. The cardboard rasped softly as I slid it back into the box. On the walk up from the basement, the fluorescent lights felt too bright. The hallway felt too long. My footsteps sounded loud against the tile, echoing more than they should have. At the top of the stairs, I passed a framed photograph on the wall, a ribbon-cutting ceremony at some town event years ago. The mayor smiling, city workers in safety vests, kids holding balloons. In the background, just barely visible at the edge of the frame, was a small sliver of Riverside's old playground, a curved line of metal catching the sun. 5.3, the house behind the alley. I told myself I was just walking off lunch. That was the phrase I used when I left my parents' condo that afternoon, keys in my pocket, hoodie zipped halfway. My mom suggested I check out the new coffee place by the highway or swing by the lake. I said I might. Instead, my feet made the decision for me. I parked 2 streets over from where our old house stood, so I would not have to pull into the familiar driveway and explain myself to strangers. The houses on the block had picked up new roofs, new siding colors, a few new SUVs. The street felt the same, and not the same, like a photo that had been retouched. My parents had sold our house a few years earlier, downsizing to a condo with an elevator and no lawn to mow. I'd helped them pack. I knew the backyard gate, and the scratched boards had gone to someone else. Still seeing different cars in the driveway, a dark crossover, a compact hybrid made my chest tighten in a way I hadn't expected. I didn't walk up to the front door. I cut around the block instead toward the alley. The alley had always been a narrow service strip. More than anything, a single lane of cracked asphalt running behind the back fences of our row of houses. Trash cans, recycling bins, old lawn chairs, the occasional broken appliance waiting for a bulk pickup. As a kid, it had felt like the secret spine of the neighborhood, the place where the backs of things were visible. I stepped into it now and was hit with a wave of familiarity layered over changes. Someone had patched the biggest potholes. The city had installed one of those tall, skinny LED lamps at the far end. The fences were a slightly different patchwork of wood and vinyl, but the layout was the same house. Backs garages, utility poles, leaning at tired angles. I walked slowly the way you do when you're not sure if you want to get where you're going. The ambient sound of the neighborhood wrapped around me. From somewhere nearby came the droning buzz of a weed whacker rising and dipping as someone edged along a walkway. A delivery truck at the end of the alley reversed into a driveway, the mechanical beep, beep, beep echoing off the fences. Birds chattered in a tree I couldn't see. When I reached the stretch behind what used to be my parents' yard, I stopped. The fence was not the one I remembered. The old boards, warped, weather-stained, scratched, had been replaced. In their place stood a taller, cleaner run of wood, the slats straight and evenly spaced, recently stained a uniform brown. The gate had been upgraded too. No more sagging rectangle held together by black metal brackets and habit. The new one was solid, with a metal latch I didn't recognize. There was no gap where the gate met the fence post anymore. No narrow crack to peek through. If there was daylight on the other side, it didn't show. I stood there for a moment, staring at the blank plane of wood, trying to reconcile it with the image etched into my memory, the narrow strip of alley visible through the crack, and a woman's wide, unmoving smile filling it. This was somebody else's house now, somebody else's caution tape. I kept walking. Half a dozen houses down, I reached the one whose address I'd seen in the maintenance notes, the house backing onto the parkside, the one with the mailbox I'd noticed as a teenager without knowing why. From the alley, you could see only a slice of its back, a short run of fencing, a small patch of yard before the grass hit the line of dirt and gravel, a single back screen door with a few magnets stuck to the metal frame, wind chimes hung from the eave, thin metal tubes, and a little glass piece that caught the light. The mailbox was mounted on a post near the fence corner. Faded black paint silver flag. The last name was printed neatly on a reflective sticker across the front. Same name as in the old missing child article. Not just the last name either. The combination of letters matched exactly. I had stared at them in the municipal basement until they stopped looking like a word. Seeing them again in cheap sticker form on a mailbox made the skin between my shoulders crawl. There were children's toys in the narrow strip of yard behind the house. A small plastic wagon, a sun-faded ball, a ride-on car with one of its decals peeling off. The kind of clutter you expect when kids live in a small space and spill outside. For a second, I wondered how anyone could bear to live with those objects if they had once lost a child. Then I reminded myself that people do what they have to do to keep going. Sometimes that means repeating the shape of what hurt you. Sometimes it means trying to overwrite it. The screen door creaked. My head snapped up. A woman stood just inside, one hand on the frame. She was older than the woman I remembered at my gate. Time had settled into the lines around her eyes and mouth, softening some things, deepening others. Her hair was about the same length to her shoulders, but more threaded with gray. The jawline, the way it set when her lips pressed together, hit me like déjà vu. Her eyes found mine through the mesh of the screen. We were too far apart for me to be sure about the color, but the way they locked onto my face, steady and unblinking, was horribly familiar. She did not squint to see who I was. She did not step out any further into the light. She just looked at me. I froze in mid-step, caught there like a kid again. This is nothing I told myself. You're a stranger walking in an alley behind her house. Of course she's going to look. Of course she's cautious. The weed whacker droned on somewhere to my left. The delivery truck at the end of the alley finished its business and rolled away, the beep-beep fading. A small wind stirred, and the wind chime under the eave gave a soft, hesitant clink, metal tubes tapping each other, once then settling. Neither of us moved. I thought about lifting a hand, offering a little wave, some version of "Hi, sorry, I used to live over there." I couldn't make my arm cooperate. My mouth felt dry. The words in my head scattered like leaves in a gust. Slowly and with a deliberate calm that made my chest tighten, she reached for the inner door handle. The screen door remained between us. The inner door swung inward, and for a moment, she was framed by both mesh and wood layers between our two worlds. The entire time, she didn't break eye contact. As the door closed, the mesh darkened her features until her face was just a shadow behind it. The latch clicked. The wind chime clinked again, faint as if reacting a second later than it should have. The yard was empty. The toys sat in their places. The mailbox, with the familiar name, watched me in silence. The childish urge to run slammed into me, not the adult version where you walk quickly and tell yourself you're being silly, but the pure electric bolt I'd felt at 14 when something in a slide had told me I was too slow. I wanted to sprint back up the alley, around the corner, up my own porch steps. I wanted to yank open a back door that no longer existed for me and feel the cheap indoor-outdoor carpet under my shoes, the cool metal of the railing, the hum of my parents' fridge. Instead, I stood in the middle of the alley in a neighborhood that no longer belonged to me and realized there was no my porch to run to. Just my parents' condo across town, anonymous in a sea of matching units. I walked away, not fast enough to qualify as running, not slow enough to qualify as casual. That night, back at the condo, I pretended to watch TV with my parents. My dad flipped between channels. My mom scrolled on her tablet, occasionally making little noises of disapproval at news headlines. I nodded in the right places and laughed when something was supposedly funny. When they went to bed, leaving me alone with the dim glow of the screen, I found myself back in the storage closet off the hallway, rummaging through boxes we'd moved from the house years ago. It felt like a compulsion now. Newspaper in the garage, maintenance notes in the basement. What else had I skimmed past without knowing it mattered? Most of what I found was harmless nostalgia, old report cards, birthday cards, stacks of class photos. At the bottom of one box was a spiral-bound school directory. From my middle school years, the cover creased the mascot in the corner, faded. I flipped through it, half expecting nothing, half expecting everything. Names, phone numbers, addresses. Parents' names listed alongside emergency contacts in fine print. I turned pages until I hit the section for my grade, then my homeroom. Names I remembered floated up. Kids I'd sat next to, kids I'd passed in hallways. Kids who'd made my life miserable for a semester and then moved on. One name tugged at a dim corner of my memory. A quiet kid, lanky, always had his hoodie sleeves pulled down over his hands. He'd been there and then not. Moved away suddenly mid-year, no big drama, just gone. Next to his name, the directory listed the emergency contact and address. Last name same as the one on the mailbox. Address the house behind the alley. The exact one I'd stood behind that afternoon. I stared at the block of text until the letters blurred and reorganized themselves. The small, neat print felt more solid than any memory I had. On paper, the connections I'd been trying to talk myself out of seeing lined up in a neat column. A missing boy in an old newspaper, smiling on a metal slide. A woman whose last name matched his mother's living behind the alley where my gate had been. A classmate with the same last name, same address, who appeared and disappeared during the same years the slide had started talking. A maintenance note about a woman hearing a child calling, "Come get me," when no kids were outside. The directory lay open on my knees, its weight suddenly immense for something made of cheap paper. Everything I had been keeping in separate drawers in my mind. The voice in the slide, the woman at the gate, the boy in the article, the quiet kid in my homeroom, started to bleed together around the edges. For the first time, I started to wonder if the thing that had followed me from playground to playground had not just been a place or a person or a sound. Maybe it was a pattern, and maybe I had never really stepped out of it. 6.1, a different city. Same night. Noises. These days, when people ask where I live, I give them the city name and then immediately follow it with some qualifier. On the east side, near the river, couple blocks from the train. I don't mention the part that matters to me more than it should, that my apartment door opens onto a narrow indoor hallway with walls thin enough that I can hear when my neighbor sneezes. The place is nothing special. 2 bedrooms, though. One is really an office in theory, and a storage closet with a desk in practice. The front door sits at the end of a short hall, directly across from a fire extinguisher in a glass case and a red exit sign that hums faintly if you stand under it too long. Inside, the layout is simple. Door opens into the hallway to the right, a small living room with a sagging couch and a TV. To the left, a galley kitchen barely wide enough for 2 people to pass. Down the hall, the bathroom with its temperamental fan, then my bedroom, and what used to be our room, before my ex moved out, which is now mostly boxes and a folding treadmill. The floors are warped hardwood that creak when you step in certain spots. The baseboard heater in the living room ticks and pops when it comes on, expanding with each burst of heat. The pipes inside the walls knock sometimes, especially in winter, like someone banging a fist lightly a few units over. Above me lives a guy who works nights and plays video games at odd hours. His footsteps cross the ceiling in irregular loops, punctuated by the occasional muffled shout when something in his game goes badly. Below, a young couple with a baby whose crying fits hit like sirens at unpredictable intervals. Outside the building, a city doing city things. Cars gliding by at all hours. Occasional shouts from the sidewalk. Sirens in the distance, ambulance, fire truck, police, all with their own pitch and tempo. A bus stop, 2 blocks down, exhaling compressed air every 15 minutes. My days are a different kind of hum. Office job. Not glamorous, not terrible. Fluorescent lighting, the low static buzz of overhead panels that you stop noticing after the first week. The constant chatter of keyboards clacking out emails that will be forgotten in days. The whine and thump of printers doing their best not to jam. A break room that always smells faintly of burned coffee and microwave leftovers. My commute is a straight shot on the subway. I can almost do it on autopilot now. Down the stairs, swipe the card stand behind the yellow line, listen to the squeal of metal on metal as trains pull in and out. Station announcements echo in a distorted voice overhead, a language of their own. Watch the gap. Stand clear of the closing doors. Living here, I've learned to live under constant noise. It's part of the deal. You tune in and out as needed. Most nights, I can tell what kind of argument is happening on the street below, just by the rhythm of it, without hearing actual words. But certain sounds still hook me, no matter how long I live here. Children's voices, for one. There's a small courtyard behind the building, a concrete rectangle with a couple of planters and a bike rack that management optimistically calls an amenity. In the summer, when it's warm enough, some of the tenants with kids take them down there to burn off energy before bed. Their words bounce around between the walls, overlapping, blending into a steady, high-pitched wash. Most evenings, it's background, a reminder that other people are having normal nights. Sometimes, though, one phrase cuts through too clearly, or the echo hits the hallway wrong, and I feel myself freeze mid-step, like someone hit pause on me. The hollow thud when someone kicks the stairwell railing is another. You wouldn't think it would sound anything like metal on a slide, but there's a similarity in the way the impact travels vibrating along the structure before it dies out. When drunk college kids stumble up the stairs and smack the railing with their shoes for no reason, my chest tightens before my brain has time to roll its eyes. I have told no one in this city the full version of the Riverside story. My ex, the one who shared this apartment with me for 3 years, before we both agreed we were better off as people in each other's pasts got a sanitized cut. The creepy lady at our back gate version told once over takeout on the couch as we swapped weird childhood stories. I left out the slide. I left out the voice. I made it sound like an overzealous neighbor upset about teenagers being out late. She had laughed, leaned her head on my shoulder, and said something about how every neighborhood has at least one person like that. Then she told me a story about an old man on her street who used to sit in his truck with the engine running for hours. It felt safe to leave it there. No one I work with knows anything at all. To them, I am just another guy in a button-up who complains about the coffee machine and knows exactly how long the subway takes when it's delayed. On the night that pushed me into finally writing all of this down, nothing special was happening. No ominous dream the night before. No creepy encounter on the way home. It was a Tuesday, which is about as neutral a day as you can get. I was in bed lying on my side, with my phone in my hand, the glow of the screen lighting the ceiling more than my own face. A true crime podcast sat paused halfway through an episode, the host frozen mid-sentence on a detail about tire tracks. I had told myself I would only listen to half and then go to sleep. I had paused, had scrolled through 3 other apps, read the same headline twice without absorbing it, and somehow not turned off the light yet. The clock on my bedside table read 1:28 a.m. in harsh red digits. The soundscape of the apartment at that hour was its usual composition. The small fan on my desk made a soft, constant whir, pushing lukewarm air around the room. The refrigerator in the kitchen cycled on with a low hum, then clicked off every so often, leaving a momentary dip in noise before something else filled it. Somewhere in the walls, pipes knocked occasionally, a dull, distant thunk that I had long ago learned to ignore most of the time. Above me, my neighbor's footsteps crossed from one corner to another, then paused. A chair scraped lightly. No shouting either. He had logged off for the night or was playing something that required quiet concentration. Below me, the couple's baby was miraculously silent. Outside, the faint rise and fall of traffic on the main road threaded through the walls. A car horn blared, once annoyed, then cut off. A siren wailed far away, its pitch dipping as it passed through some other neighborhood's darkness. I was somewhere between awake and that hazy pre-sleep zone where your thoughts stop lining up in straight lines. That's when I heard the knock. Just one. Light, almost polite, right on my apartment door. Not the heavier double knock my upstairs neighbor uses when he borrows tools. Not the sloppy, insistent pounding of a drunk person hitting the wrong floor. Not the dull, muffled sound of someone knocking on the door at the other end of the hallway. A single clear tap-tap knuckles against wood exactly where my door is. I went very still. My thumb hovered over the screen of my phone. The podcast's paused waveform sat there frozen in mid-peak. In every place I've ever lived, there are rhythms to late-night knocks. Packages dropped off late, usually hit around 9, not 1:30. Neighbors in trouble knock more urgently. Friends text or call before they come over. Strangers buzzing into the wrong unit set off the intercom, not the actual door. I waited for the second knock, the third, the follow-up that would tell me whether this was an accident, a drunk person, a building emergency. My mind cycled through possibilities with machine gun speed. Maybe someone had a wrong number on a delivery. Maybe the super was checking on something. Maybe it was nothing. A sound from the pipes, a neighbor dropping something heavy in the hall that translated into a knock. The building's noises kept going. The fan whirred. The fridge hummed. A pipe somewhere clicked as it cooled. No footsteps in the hall. No murmur of voices. No door opening or closing. Just that one knock hanging in my memory like a thumbtack on a map I'd been avoiding looking at. I lay there, suddenly very aware of the shape of my own front door at the end of the hallway. The peephole, the chain, the deadbolt, the thin line of light that seeped under the threshold from the emergency bulb in the hall. I realized my heart was pounding in the same way it had when I was 14, standing a few feet from a backyard gate, hand on a latch I didn't want to lift. 6.2, the peephole. For a while I tried to pretend I had not heard it. That was my first instinct, do nothing. Stay in bed. Let the sound dissolve into the rest of the building's late-night noise until I could file it under pipes, or neighbors, or brain misfiring. But the problem with living long enough after something like Riverside is that you learn what pretending costs. Every time I ignored something back then, it didn't disappear. It sat quietly in the corner of my mind until it decided to get louder. The knock replayed itself anyway. Light. Not frantic. A single tap, as precise as a metronome click, located exactly where my door was in the mental map of the apartment I carry around with me. My eyes stayed on the ceiling. The phone screen dimmed, then darkened, then finally went black in my hand. The numbers on the bedside clock shifted from 1:28 to 1:29. You imagined it, I told myself. Or it was next door. Or it was someone dropping something in the hallway. People are noisy. Buildings make sounds. Nothing knocks, just once, and then waits. The longer I lay there, the more the silence around that knock expanded. The fan's whir started to sound thin. The fridge's hum felt flimsy. The pipe's occasional ticking seemed spaced around a missing beat. It was like I could feel the shape of the absence where another knock should have been. Part of me, the part that had heard a voice say, "I'm stuck" from a slide and gone down anyway, wanted to get up and check, to put my eye to the peephole and prove to myself that the hallway was empty, that I was overreacting, that I was not 14 years old again, waiting for a woman's voice on the other side of a gate. Another part of me wanted to do exactly what I couldn't that night, nothing. Turn my back, bury my head under the blanket, let whatever it was, if it was anything, lose interest and move on. The debate went on for maybe 30 seconds. It felt longer. In the end, the need to confirm won. It always does. I swung my legs out of bed. The air in the room felt cooler once I left the warmth of the covers. The floorboards under my bare feet were smooth and slightly cold, the old wood giving a faint familiar creak right next to the bed, and another softer one halfway to the door. The apartment was darker in the hallway. I had left the bedroom lamp on low, but its light didn't reach far. The glow from the digital clock on the stove in the kitchen bled a weak green over the counter. A sliver of light seeped under the front door, the pale spill from the hallway's emergency fixtures. The wall clock in the living room, which I rarely consciously noticed, suddenly sounded loud. Each tick landed in the stillness like a footstep. Tick, tick, tick. I padded down the short hallway, the hem of my t-shirt brushing against my thighs, heart beating too hard for such a small distance. The front door loomed closer, just cheap wood, with a thin veneer metal peephole set slightly too high, deadbolt above the knob chain, latch hanging slack. It looked like any other apartment door I'd ever seen. On an ordinary night, I would barely glance at it on my way out. I stopped about a foot away and just listened. The building's low-level breathing was there a background presence, the faint hum of the elevator cables in the shaft down the hall. Some distant trace of music from another unit, the bass filtered and blurred into something almost unrecognizable. Pipes somewhere below, giving a soft, hard-to-place plunk as water shifted. No footsteps on the carpet outside. No rustle of clothing. No keys jangling. No voices. I could have turned around then, taken the silence as my answer, pretended the knock had been nothing, and gone back to bed, let the worst of the adrenaline drain out over an hour of scrolling nonsense until sleep finally ambushed me. Instead, my eyes went to the peephole. The metal ring around it was slightly tarnished, the paint around its edges chipped from years of doors being swung open with more enthusiasm than care. The peephole itself, a small convex circle of glass, gleamed faintly, reflecting a tiny distorted version of my hallway. I stepped closer until my toes almost touched the bottom of the door. I could feel the cool draft seeping in under the threshold, brushing the tops of my feet. I leaned in. Just before my eye met the glass, I heard it. Not a knock this time. Something smaller, fainter, a whisper of sound from the other side of the door. It could have been a breath, the soft exhale of someone standing close, or the minute scrape of fabric against wood, like a sleeve brushing a panel. It was so quiet that if the rest of the building hadn't been holding its breath, at the exact same moment, I might not have registered it at all. Every muscle in my neck tightened. For a split second, I considered backing away. I even started to. Then the hook of old habits tugged me the rest of the way forward. My forehead came close to the wood, my brow almost touching the cool metal ring. I closed one eye and pressed the other to the peephole. The fisheye lens warped the hallway into a bowed tunnel of beige walls and gray carpet. The light from the exit sign at the far end smeared into a glowing red smudge. The door directly opposite mine sat closed under its emergency light numbers, askew from some long-ago knock or moving mishap. No shoes, no legs, no shadow cut across the floor where a body might be standing. Just empty corridor. My breath fogged the inside of the peephole for a second, then cleared. I stayed there longer than necessary, as if waiting might cause something to materialize. The only movement was the slight shiver of the exit sign's housing as the transformer buzzed inside it. See, I tried to tell myself. Nothing. It was a pipe, or a neighbor, or you. My eyes started to water from being pressed to the glass, the edges of my vision blurring. That was when the second knock came. It did not come from the hallway. It came from inside the wood, right below my eye. A sharp, contained talk that I felt as much as I heard vibrating through the thin barrier between my face and the door. It was too close, like someone had wrapped their knuckles on the backside of the panel inches from mine. I flinched so hard I nearly lost my balance. My heel slipped on the floorboard. My shoulder slammed into the wall beside the door with a dull thud. The chain latch swung and clinked against the metal plate, the sound startlingly loud in the narrow hall. By the time I'd steadied myself, my heart was trying to punch its way out of my chest. I stared at the door from a safer distance, breathing fast, hands open and empty at my sides. Nothing moved. Nothing knocked again. The building noises rushed back in like a tide. The elevator cables, the faint music from somewhere, a toilet flushing in a nearby unit. Someone upstairs laughed once, a short bark, then a door closed. Every nerve in me screamed not to put my eye back to that peephole. I stood there anyway, counting out slow breaths. 1, 2, 3. 4. My hand twitched toward the bolt, as if locking it twice would make a difference against something that could knock from inside the wood. Eventually, because I knew I wouldn't sleep. Otherwise, I stepped forward again, not as close as before. This time, I leaned in just enough to angle my head and glance through the peephole without pressing against it. The hallway looked the same. Empty. Boring. Beige. I waited for a full minute watching the exit sign blink imperceptibly, the faint shadow of the fire extinguisher case not changing at all. No movement. No trick of the light. No small figure too close to the door. I backed away. I did not go back to the bedroom. Instead, I grabbed the nearest blanket off the couch and collapsed onto it, aiming my body so I could half see the front door from where I lay. I turned on the TV, not to watch anything in particular, but to push sound into the space between me and whatever might knock again. Some late-night infomercial filled the screen, the host's voice, forced cheerful and too bright for the hour. I kept the volume low, just high enough, so the patter and canned laughter blurred the smaller sounds of the building without being loud enough for anyone to complain. The clock on the cable box crept from 1:40 to 2:00 to 2:30. At some point, my eyes must have closed. I don't remember slipping under, just the feeling of my body giving up the fight. It wasn't rest so much as a temporary shutoff. When my alarm went off at 7:00 a.m., the light coming through the living room window was thin and gray. My neck ached from the angle I'd slept in, and my lower back throbbed in protest as I sat up. For a few seconds, I forgot why I was on the couch at all. Then the memory of the knock snapped back into place, and I felt my shoulders tighten. Getting ready for work felt surreal. Shower, toothbrush, shirt, tie. All the little rituals of someone who has to sit under office fluorescents for 8 hours and pretend pivot tables are the most important problem they have. On my way out briefcase strap, over my shoulder hand on the knob, I hesitated. 3 small horizontal marks caught my eye. They were just above the base of the door, about knee height. Faint but visible if you were at the right angle. 3 scuffs in the paint, pale gray against the off-white, as if something had brushed hard against the door in 3 short passes. I crouched down, heart picking up speed again. Up close, they looked like they could have been made by the rubber edge of a shoe sole, or the corner of a box someone had shifted in the hall, or the bumper of a cart. The kind of damage that accumulates on apartment doors until management slaps a new coat of paint over them. I ran my fingertip over one of the lines. The texture was rougher there, the paint scraped just enough to change the feel. No splinters, no gouges, just a smear. You did that, I told myself. You probably kicked the door last week coming in half asleep. Or the delivery guy bumped it. Or the super, or anyone. I straightened up, flipped the deadbolt, and stepped into the hallway. On the way to the elevator, the carpet muffling my footsteps, I didn't look back at the door. But I felt it at my back the whole walk down the hall. The peephole, the thin wood, the 3 pale scuffs at knee height. It was easier for the moment to pretend I believed my own explanation. 6.3. Baby monitor, your intercom. The next time it spoke to me, it did not bother with slides or doors. It used a baby monitor. One of my friends in the building had a kid recently, Eli, because of course the universe has that kind of sense of humor. Not the same Eli, obviously. Different state, different life stage. This Eli was a co-worker who'd become a friend over beers and shared complaints about bosses, the kind of guy who wore the same 3 hoodies to work in cold months and knew every happy hour within walking distance. When his son was born, his apartment turned into a different kind of place. Bottles on the counter, tiny socks draped over the back of chairs, a stroller parked just inside the door like a guard dog made of fabric and buckles. One Friday night, he invited a few of us over. Nothing crazy, he said. Couple beers, some pizza. You know, adult fun. Quiet adult fun. My wife's at her sister's for the weekend, and if I do not talk to another full-grown human being soon, I'm going to start answering in baby talk at meetings. By 10 o'clock, people had filtered out one by one, citing early morning's partner's headaches. It ended up just me and him in the kitchen, leaning on opposite sides of the counter. The overhead light a little too bright for how tired we both were. The baby was asleep in the nursery. The baby monitor sat between us, like another guest at the table. It was one of the cheap audio-only ones, a small white square receiver with a single speaker grill and a green power light. No video feed, no night vision camera, just a direct audio line from the crib to the kitchen. Every few seconds, it emitted a soft hiss of static, the kind of noise that fades into the background until you tune in. We had a couple of beers, open labels peeling under our fingers. A bowl of chips sat half-eaten on the table crumbs, gathering in the dips of the cheap plastic. Being a dad is wild, he said at one point, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hand. Like my whole day is either spreadsheets or this tiny person who screams at me because I put his arm in the wrong sleeve. Seems like he likes you, I said, nodding toward the monitor. He stopped screaming eventually. For now, he said, with a crooked grin. His phone buzzed on the counter. He glanced at it and frowned. I gotta take this. My mom's just discovered FaceTime, and if I miss this call, she'll think I'm dead. He scooped up the phone and stepped out onto the small balcony off the living room, sliding the door shut behind him to keep the cold out. I could see his silhouette pacing, one hand pressed to his free ear. I stayed in the kitchen with the baby monitor. The apartment's sounds shifted now that there were only two of us in it, one of us asleep. The fridge hummed steadily behind me, its compressor louder than mine at home. Upstairs, someone had a TV on. A crowd roared, probably a game, the bass of the sound system softening it into a distant storm. Outside, traffic moved along the main road in a low, continuous rush. The baby monitor hissed quietly on the table. Every so often, there was a small rustle, the baby turning in his sleep, a leg kicking against fabric, the soft scratch of tiny fingers grazing the mattress. Each noise made the green light flicker minutely. I watched it without meaning to. I told myself I was just being a good guest, ready to call Eli back in if the kid woke up. That was part of it. The other part was harder to name, a cautious attention, the kind you develop when you've learned that some sounds only show up when you're alone. The hiss continued. The baby shifted and let out a small, half-formed sigh. I exhaled without realizing I'd been holding my breath. Then through the static, something else threaded its way in. At first, I thought it was the baby. A soft, high murmur, not loud enough to be a cry, just a sound. The kind of babbling babies do in their sleep, sometimes lips moving through reflexes they don't understand yet. But the tone was wrong. There was too much shape to it, too much articulation. The vowels were cleaner, the consonants more deliberate. It did not have the loose, wet quality of a baby's mouth learning what sound feels like. My hand resting near my beer bottle tensed. I leaned a fraction closer, ears straining. The hiss of the monitor flattened out for a second, as if the device itself were holding its breath. Then through the tiny speaker, warped by static, but still understandable, came a small voice. "Come find me." The words were faint, wrapped in a layer of white noise, but the pattern of them hit me like a hand on the back of my neck. Every muscle in my body locked. The kitchen around me remained perfectly ordinary. The overhead light buzzed. Somewhere deep in the building, water rushed through pipes. On the balcony, my friend laughed at something his mother had said. The baby monitor sat between my hands, a cheap piece of plastic, its green light steady. My rational mind scrambled for other sources. TV, I thought. It's a line from a show. Some character on the game upstairs. A neighbor's kids playing in the hall. Sound bouncing through vents. But the TV noises above were awash of crowd reactions and commentator chatter, no distinct voices. The hallway outside was quiet. I could see the bottom of the door from my chair undisturbed. The only direct audio line into this kitchen was the monitor. "Come find me," the voice had said. Just as my heartbeat started to slow enough for me to start building real denial around it, the monitor crackled again. This time, the words came through clearer, the static dipping just long enough to let them through. Too slow. It was almost conversational, not accusatory, not angry, just reporting. The same 3 syllables I'd heard at the base of a slide at the age of 14, looking up at a structure that was empty when it shouldn't have been. The beer bottle felt heavy in my hand, like it belonged to someone else. My mouth had gone dry. I stared at the little white box on the table, hoping my friend would burst back in at any second here at 2. Validate that this was not just my brain replaying old tapes onto new machines. The green light on the monitor blinked once lazily as the baby shifted in his crib again. A soft rustle followed, a little squeak that definitely belonged to an infant, not anything else. No crying, no waking up, no disturbance. If Eli had heard the phrases through the monitor earlier in the night, he'd have been in here already. The fact that he was still on the balcony gesturing and nodding and laughing in profile meant that to him, nothing out of the ordinary was happening. No kid calling to be found. No commentary on how slow anyone was. The part of my brain that still cared about social norms observed calmly that yanking a baby monitor out of the wall in someone else's home is not a normal reaction to anything. The rest of me did it anyway. My hand shot out and grabbed the cord where it plugged into the wall outlet by the table. I pulled. The plug popped free with a small plastic click. The monitor's hiss cut off mid-breath, replaced by a flat, almost indecent silence. The green light blinked, once died. The sudden quiet in the kitchen felt wrong. The ordinary sounds rushed in to fill the space, the fridge's hum, the TV noise above the faint murmur of Eli's voice through the glass. But for a few seconds, it was as if someone had pressed mute on the part of reality that connected this room to the one where his son slept. I stared at the inert monitor pulse pounding in my throat. On the balcony, the conversation ended. The sliding door whispered open. Eli stepped back into the kitchen, cheeks slightly flushed from the colder air outside. "Sorry," he said, dropping his phone on the counter. "My mom cannot understand that time zones exist." He glanced at the table, frowned. Monitor die again. I swallowed my mouth, struggling to shape something that could pass as normal. It was making some weird feedback, I heard myself say, static like louder than usual. I thought maybe it would reset if I unplugged it for a second. He nodded, not thinking much of it. "Yeah, it's cheap. We keep meaning to get a better one." He slept through it. "Yeah," I said. Didn't hear anything. He plugged the monitor back in. It chirped to life, a soft click, the green light glowing again. The static returned to its steady background hiss, as bland and harmless as any electronic noise. We finished our beers. I left not long after sighting an early morning. On the walk back to my own unit, the hallway felt too long again, each door a possible echo of something waiting to knock. Later that night, showered and half-dressed in sweatpants, I sat on the edge of my bed with my laptop, open emails, glowing in a tidy list. Work reminders, spam, a newsletter I kept meaning to unsubscribe from. At the top of the screen sat a tab for my personal email, the count of unread messages, a small accusing number. I clicked into my drafts folder by accident. I almost backed out immediately. Usually, it was just a graveyard of half-written responses and notes to myself. One draft stood out, no subject line. Addressed to an email, I recognized one of those horror story channels I'd been listening to more and more lately, the kind that reads true stories sent in by viewers. The address sat in the to field, filled out cleanly, weeks ago, maybe months. I didn't remember composing anything to them. I clicked it open. There were only 2 lines in the body. There was a voice in the slide at Riverside Park. It followed me. No greeting, no sign-off, no explanation or context. Just those 2 sentences sitting there waiting. The timestamp said the draft had been created late one night weeks before, a time I could have been half asleep at my keyboard, or drunk, or both, or neither. I stared at the words until they stopped looking like language and started looking like scratches in wood. Whatever this email was had come from me, my account, my device. But reading it in that moment, after the knock at my door and the voice in the baby monitor, it felt less like something I had decided to write, and more like something that had been dictating its presence in my life a long time before I finally agreed to listen. 7.1. Writing the story. Right now, as I am typing this, my apartment sounds exactly like every other night I have spent here alone. The fridge behind me hums in uneven cycles, sometimes rattling louder when it kicks into gear. The AC unit under the living room window pushes out a steady stream of air, its plastic front vibrating just enough to add a faint buzz. Outside, a car rolls past every few minutes, tires whispering on the asphalt engines, rising and fading as they disappear down the block. Upstairs, my neighbor crosses his living room. I can hear the pattern of his steps through the ceiling. 5, 6, then a pause. The scraping drag of a chair. The muted creak of furniture settling. It is late. Later than I meant it to be. The clock on the stove reads 1:11 a.m., which would be poetic if it didn't just mean I have to be awake again in 6 hours to sit under fluorescent lights and pretend none of this is in my head. I am at the small table that passes for a desk in my kitchen, the laptop open in front of me. The email window is still addressed to the horror channel, the same one that has been sitting in my drafts for weeks. The subject line is finally filled in now. Story from Riverside. It looks flimsy, like a label on a box that cannot possibly describe what is inside. Everything you have just read, Riverside, the slide, the woman at the gate, the baby monitor, is what I have been typing for the last few hours. I started with no plan, just those 2 lines in the draft, and a kind of pressure behind my eyes that felt like something pushing to get out. I told myself I would write down a few details, see how it felt, maybe delete it all. Instead, the night has fallen away under my fingers, and I have poured out years I thought I'd successfully buried under commutes and performance reviews and rent payments. The cursor blinks at the bottom of the page. The rest of the apartment sits in dimmer light. I did not bother turning on the overheads. The laptop's glow is enough painting my hands a flat ghostly color as they hover over the keys. I am trying to decide how honest to be, not about the events. I have already crossed that line. There is no point sending anything if I am going to sand off all the edges. I mean, how honest to be about what it has done to me in the long stretches between the obvious moments. From one point of view, I have had a normal life. I grew up. I graduated. I left town. I moved to another state. I got drunk in college, fell in and out of love, watched friends move away, and new ones appear. I found work that pays enough to keep me in cheap furniture and utilities. I learned how to cook 2 or 3 meals well enough not to starve. If you passed me on the street, you would not think that guy has been listening for a voice for 20 years. But if I look back, honestly, there is a line connecting every version of me to the 14-year-old kid sitting on a metal platform in the orange glow of a cheap streetlight, listening to a slide talk. I have rerouted parts of my life around playgrounds without thinking about it. Certain corners of certain parks in several different cities are blank spots on my personal maps. There are sidewalks I do not walk after dark because they pass too close to bright plastic tunnels. Places I cross the street earlier than I need to. Places I never walk past twice. I have flinched at kids' voices my entire adult life. Not all of them. Not in daylight. Not in crowds. But the ones that hit certain notes. The thin, hollow ring of a shout bouncing off concrete. The way "come on" or "wait for me" can sound when it echoes. Make my spine stiffen before my brain has time to decide it is overreacting. I have woken up at 2:00 a.m. to the building's pipes, knocking, and lain there in the dark, counting the spaces between each sound, waiting for a pattern for a phrase. I have at 3 in the morning, on more than one occasion, sat on my couch with my laptop open, typing the same name into search bars. The missing boy from the old newspaper, the one frozen forever at the top of a slide, with his hand outstretched and no idea that the camera is catching him right before he becomes a headline. His case is still technically open. The articles say that more politely. Unresolved. Cold. There are message board threads where strangers debate theories like it's a game. There are scanned clippings, archived on local news sites, the colors faded, the fonts dated. The boy was never found. His mother gave a few interviews in the first year after he disappeared. I have watched them. I wish I could say I only watched them once each out of respect, but that would be a lie. I have gone back to them more times than I am comfortable admitting, pausing the video at certain frames, comparing the set of her jaw, the way she holds her shoulders, the tightness around the eyes. In some of those videos, she is standing in a park, microphones pointed at her. The slide in the background is not the same as Riverside's, but it does not matter. All my head sees is a curve of metal. When she says his name, looking just off camera with that lost focus people get when they are talking to a place they cannot see. All I can hear is the woman at my back gate asking if we had been at the park. There is a kind of sickness in that, I know, in replaying someone else's grief because it intersects uncomfortably with your own fear. I am trying to lay it out, honestly, because if I do not, what is the point of any of this? I do not know if telling the story will make it better or worse. There is a version of events where this is catharsis, where naming something, describing it in detail, pinning it to a narrative, robs it of power. People do that all the time with their traumas. They drag them out into the light and give them shape and then move on. There is another version of events where this is exactly the thing that keeps people in horror stories from surviving. The moment where they say too much into a mirror or an Ouija board or a microphone. The moment where finally, after years of almosts, they open the door fully. Typing this feels like looking through the crack in the gate again. I keep thinking about that. The way I knew, even at 14, that putting my eye to that narrow gap was a line I could not uncross. The way I did it anyway. The way she was already there, staring like she'd known the exact square inch of space where I would appear. Sending this email, hitting submit to a horror channel, where strangers will read this on their phones, in their own dark rooms, feels like leaning in again. The question I cannot answer is whether I am opening something up for them or for whatever has been knocking at my doors, literal or otherwise, since that first night in the park. The fridge clicks off behind me. For a few seconds, the apartment gets quieter in a way you only notice when you have been listening for the difference. The hum dies. The AC's rush softens. The upstairs neighbor has finally stopped moving. His footsteps cease. The only sound left is the faint whisper of the laptop's fan and the distant, muffled rush of a car passing on the street. The cursor blinks. I type the sentence about the woman's smile, the way it never reached her eyes, the way it did not move when her voice did. As I hit the period, the lights flicker. Not completely, just enough that the world stutters. The kitchen overhead, the hall, the little lamp in the living room, all of them dim in unison, the bulbs dropping to half strength for a heartbeat, then surging back. The laptop screen goes dark gray, then flares back to full brightness. The AC hiccups. The hum of the building shifts like something big has taken a breath. The fridge mid-cycle cuts out abruptly. There is a click, then nothing. In that sudden stripped-down silence with all the usual noise gone, I hear it. A small knock. Not from the door this time. Not from the floor or the ceiling. From somewhere inside the wall to my right, at about the same height as my arm. Light. Precise. As if someone or something had tapped once on the other side of the plaster to make sure I was still paying attention. My hands freeze over the keyboard. The word smile sits half-finished on the screen, the cursor blinking behind it, waiting to see what I'm going to do next. 7.2, the last knock I keep typing. Not because I am brave or because I think the story must go on at any cost, but because I genuinely do not know what else to do with my hands. The fridge is still off. The AC has steadied, but quieter than before, like it is trying not to be noticed. The laptop's fan hums a small, determined sound. My fingers move over the keys, slightly out of sync with my own thoughts. I know how this sounds. I am not stupid. I spend most of my waking life around people who only believe in what they can see in a spreadsheet or a quarterly report. If I were one of the people who listens to this kind of story on YouTube at 2 a.m, phone inches from my face in a dark room, I would probably roll my eyes at parts of it. I would think the person telling it was full of it, overdramatic, paranoid, in love with their own fear. I have thought all of those things about myself. There are only 2 explanations that make any sense to me, and even sense feels like the wrong word. The first is simple, and it is the one that would make therapists and rational friends happy. It is all coincidence, plus my own broken pattern recognition software. Slides creak. Parks echo. People are weird. My brain loaded with one childhood scare and a handful of half-understood tragedies has spent 20 years filling in gaps with the same shape. It hears one word in static and extrapolates sentences. It sees one woman in an alley and assigns her a whole backstory. It connects knocks on doors and scratches on wood like red string on a conspiracy board. In that version, nothing followed me. I followed myself. The second possibility is the one I do not say out loud, even now alone in my kitchen. It is that something did attach itself. Not to me exactly, but to a pattern. To children's voices in places where they should be safe. To the hollow spaces inside playground structures. To the idea of being stuck halfway down a slide and calling out. Maybe it started with a real kid, the one in the article, and then it rotted into something else. Maybe it existed long before that and just learned a new language. Maybe it liked the way I listened. I do not know which one is worse. I type all of this fingers shaking just enough that I have to go back and correct small mistakes. I can see the tremor in the shadows my hands cast on the keys. The sentence I am in the middle of reads, "Either I have been building a ghost out of bad wiring and coincidence my whole life, or something very patient has been tapping on the walls, waiting for me to stop pretending I do not hear it." The period at the end of that sentence is still half-formed when it happens. A knock on my apartment door. This one is not light, not tentative. 3 distinct taps. Sharp, clean, tap, tap, tap. I freeze. My hands hover over the keyboard, the right one still resting lightly on the period key. The laptop's glow paints them in flat light veins and knuckles drained of real color. The cursor blinks at the end of the last sentence as if nothing has happened. The rest of the apartment sharpens into focus. I hear everything. The faint hiss of air through the AC vent. The low whir of the laptop fan. The distant whoosh of a car on the street. The tiny click of the wall clock's second hand in the other room. The knock hangs in my memory, replaying. Exact spacing. Exact pitch. Not a fist. Knuckles. It could be a neighbor. Someone locked out. The super. A package delivery that ended up at the wrong door. All the normal possibilities line up obediently as they always do. They do not change the way my skin crawls. A few seconds pass, then the knocking comes again. Tap, tap, tap. Softer this time, slower. Like whoever, whatever, is on the other side has decided to be patient, to give me time. The glow of the screen feels suddenly too bright, like I am sitting under a spotlight. I become hyper-aware of my own breathing. The way my chest moves under my t-shirt. The way each exhale sounds too loud in the quiet, like I am giving away my position. The logical part of my brain tries to stand up straight. It tells me that if I ignore it, the knocking will continue, and I will spend the rest of the night jumping at every noise. That I live in a building with other people, and sometimes other people need things, and not every sound is about me. That the last time I didn't check the peephole, a woman was already staring at the crack. That the last time I did something knocked from inside the door. The rest of me is a 14-year-old kid, again sitting on a platform in a park at the end of the street, listening to something speak from inside hollow metal. My chair scrapes back when I stand up. The sound is small, just wood on fake wood. But in the taut silence of the apartment, it feels magnified, shot down the hallway like a flare. I am suddenly sure that whoever is outside can hear it, can picture exactly where I am in relation to the door. I walk down the short hall. Each step feels too loud. The boards under my feet protest with soft creaks I have heard 1,000 times before, but never liked this much. The wall to my left is close enough that if I reach out, my fingers brush the paint. The knocking has stopped. Whatever urgency there was seems to have been spent. The silence on the other side of the door feels thick, like someone is holding their breath. When I reach the door, I stop. The peephole is right in front of me, a dull metal eye in cheap wood. Habit pulls my head toward it. The motion is automatic. I have already taken half a step forward, shoulders angling in, before my body remembers the feeling of pressing my face up to glass and seeing someone already looking back. I stop halfway. The last time I did this, I flinched so hard I nearly fell. The memory of that second knock, the one from inside the wood, too close to be anything but deliberate, twitches behind my ribs. I do not want to give it my eye again. Instead, I crouch. The wood floor is cooler down here. I can feel the temperature difference through the thin sweatpants on my knees. The baseboard heater to the right is off a faint dust smell still clinging to it from the last cycle. I lower my head until I am level with the bottom edge of the door. There is a thin gap between the door and the floor, just enough for a line of light to sneak through during the day when the hallway fixtures are on full brightness. Right now, the emergency bulbs out there cast a weak yellowish band across the hallway carpet. From this angle, I can see a strip of it. Off-white door. Darker gray carpet. A shadow line where the threshold bar meets the hallway. No feet, no shifting shadows. No indication that anyone is standing there. My own breath bounces off the door and comes back at me warmer. I try to quiet it, breathing through my mouth instead of my nose, as if volume will make a difference. I lean in until my forehead nearly touches the wood. For a second, there is nothing. Just the distant, muffled sigh of the building's infrastructure. Somewhere above, a toilet flushes and refills. Pipes groan 3 units over, then riding under all of it, thin enough that I could almost convince myself I am imagining it comes a whisper. Not from the street, not from the vents, not from the neighbor's unit. From the narrow space under the door, as if someone has placed their mouth very close to the other side of it. Come find me. The words are soft, barely air at all. They curl under the door and into my ear like smoke. There is no recognizable age in them now, no clear gender. Just a small, insistent shape, the same shape I have been following for most of my life. For a second, I am not in my hallway. I am in a park, the metal of a slide, cold under my hands. I am in my parents' backyard, staring through a crack at a woman's smile. I am in a basement records room, squinting at a handwritten note about a neighbor hearing a child's voice when no kids were outside. I am in a friend's kitchen, staring at a baby monitor that hisses and then says the wrong words in the wrong voice. All of those places stack on top of each other until my balance wavers. I do not answer. I do not touch the doorknob. I stay there, crouched, listening to the last threads of the whisper still seem to vibrate in the wood, and try to remember how to stand up without feeling like I am opening something. 7.3. The ending. You get not the one you want. I stand up slowly, not because I think moving faster will provoke anything, but because I am afraid of what might happen if the wood feels a sudden shift on my side. My knees protest as I straighten, a sharp reminder that I'm not 14 anymore, even though so much of me feels stuck there. I back away from the door, one step at a time. I keep my eyes on it the entire way down the hallway, like it is an animal I do not want to startle. The peephole glints faintly in the low light. The chain hangs slack. The thin line of shadow at the bottom of the door hides whatever is outside as effectively as any wall. Nothing knocks again. By the time I reach the kitchen doorway, the door is just a dull rectangle at the end of a short tunnel. But my body knows exactly how far away it is, as if a tape measure is stretched between us. I sit back down at the table. The chair legs scrape softly against the floor shoulders, twitching at the sound, even though I know I made it. The laptop screen has dimmed. I bump the trackpad, and the document jumps back to life, the last sentence blinking at me like a dare. The front door stays at the edge of my vision, a darker shape beyond the doorway. The apartment feels smaller, like the walls have taken one deliberate step inward. I start typing again. I could lie to you and say I marched back to the door, flung it open, and found some rational explanation. A neighbor with the wrong apartment number. A delivery guy with a package meant for someone else. A bored teenager playing knock and run. That is not what happened. I am not going to open that door tonight. I am not going to look through that peephole again, not this time. I have looked through too many small openings, thinking that seeing the thing would put me in control of it. All it has ever done is prove that sometimes the crack is not just a place for you to look out, but a place for something else to look in. That is what I am trying to get across, I guess. That there is a price to certain kinds of curiosity, even when you dress it up as responsibility or bravery. You can take everything I have told you and line it up on a table. A knock on a backyard gate, a voice in a slide, a woman smiling through a crack in the wood, scratches where an eye level used to be, maintenance notes about noises after dark, a missing child in an old newspaper, a quiet classmate whose name matches a mailbox, a baby monitor whispering the wrong words, scuffs at the bottom of an apartment door, a draft in my inbox that I do not remember starting. You can make your own pattern out of it. Here is mine. Every major sound in my life that felt wrong has roots in that park at the end of my street. The first knock that mattered was on the gate of my childhood backyard. Before that, it was the bumps and thuds inside a metal tube slide that should have been empty. The scrape on the wood came after, dragged slowly down from near where my eye had been. Every echo since then, in playgrounds and hallways, in walls, feels like a variation on that same theme. Maybe the woman at the gate was just that, a woman. A living, breathing neighbor whose son disappeared on a day no one bothered to record anything but grainy news footage and case numbers. Maybe she moved into a house near Riverside years later because she couldn't bear to live near the park where it happened, but also couldn't stand to be too far away from any playground. Maybe she knocked on every yard where she saw kids on bikes, asking the same question, hoping somebody had seen something, heard, something remembered, something that the police missed. Maybe the look on her face was grief stretched thin and brittle, not malice. Maybe the smile was just the only expression she had left. Maybe the voice in the slide was a kid. A lost one stuck somewhere that is not quite here and not quite gone, repeating the same phrases because that is all it remembers of playing outside, using metal and plastic and old wiring and baby monitors and paper-thin doors as lungs, finding new ways to push the same words into whatever hollow spaces people build. Come find me, catch me, too slow. Or maybe nothing supernatural is happening at all. Maybe I am just the kind of person who listened a little too hard one summer night and never learned how to stop. Maybe my brain, given one incident in a park and one strange woman in an alley, spent the rest of my life spinning those into a ghost story, because a ghost is easier to fight than the reality that bad things happen and nobody is watching and nobody gets answers. I do not know which version is kinder. What I do know is that I am sitting here in a different city at a cheap kitchen table, typing the last part of this story, while my apartment door waits quietly down the hall, and I can feel something like a tension pressing on the other side of it. I scroll up once, quickly skimming the paragraphs. Riverside, Eli and Marcus, the summer nights, the slide, the voice, the woman at the gate, the maintenance notes, the house behind the alley, the baby monitor, the draft email. All of it laid out like evidence, except I am not sure what I am trying to prove or to who. The cursor rests under the last line I wrote. I add one more paragraph, fingers moving slower now. I tell you that I am going to sleep with the TV on again tonight. Not because I think the noise will keep anything out. A few inches of drywall and fake laughter are not exactly holy water, but because the silence between sounds is where I start to hear things I cannot easily explain away. I tell you that I am not going to any park alone for a long time. Day, night, it does not matter. There are plenty of other routes I can walk, other corners of the city I can pass through. I can live with taking the longer way around if it means I do not have to hear a voice coming from inside a structure that looks empty. My finger hovers over the trackpad, ready to move the cursor to the send button. That is when I hear it. A sound that does not belong in this apartment. Not the knock on the door. Not the pipes. Not the neighbor's TV. A hollow metallic thunk. It comes from somewhere above the living room ceiling, or maybe from inside the ventilation duct that runs along it. It carries the exact resonance of a foot kicking the inside of a metal tube. A sound I have not heard in years, but that my bones recognize instantly. My head turns toward the living room before I can stop it. There is nothing to see, of course. Just the sagging couch, the faint reflection of streetlights on the TV screen, the vent cover on the wall with its thin slats. The laptop's fan whirs a little louder. The metal thunk does not repeat. Instead, from the wall, just behind the couch, so soft that it could almost be the AC shifting or the building settling, comes the barest thread of a voice. Too slow. It is barely more than air forced through gaps. If I told anyone about it, they could write it off as the wind, as a car outside, as my own breath echoing in my ears. I know what I heard. I write one last paragraph. Then I put my hands in my lap for a second, staring at the send button. My heart tries to crawl up into my throat. My mouth is dry. The door at the end of the hallway waits, pretending to be just wood and paint. I click. The email window closes. The sent folder ticks up by one. There is no dramatic slam of doors. No lights exploding. No immediate punishment for finally telling the whole story. The apartment looks exactly the same as it did 5 minutes ago. The fridge hums back to life with a clunk. Upstairs, my neighbor laughs at something on his TV. I am going to sleep with the TV on again tonight. I am going to lie on the couch, facing away from the vent, the glow of someone else's story filling the room. I am going to pretend the sounds outside my door are just neighbors, just deliveries, just normal life happening in other people's units. And if you are listening to this in your own room, phone glowing in your hand, deciding whether any of this is true. If you ever find yourself near an empty playground at night and hear a child's voice from inside a tunnel, or slide saying, "Come find me," or "Catch me," or anything at all. You get to decide what kind of person you are. You can be the helpful adult who goes to check who crawls into the dark curve of metal or plastic because that is what you are supposed to do. Or you can turn around, walk away, and never look back. I am not going to tell you which is right. I will just say this. If you decide to bend down and look through the smallest crack, a gap in a fence, a peephole, the space between a door and the floor, to see who is calling you, be very sure you want to know. Because there is a chance that something on the other side is already standing there, eye lined up perfectly, with yours smiling, like it has been waiting for you to finally look.